Good afternoon. We are about to begin. My name is Councillor Gary Crawford. I am the chair of the Budget Committee at the City of Toronto. I just want to introduce my colleagues here who are on the subcommittee of the Budget Committee. To my left is Councillor John Burnside, and to my right, Councillor Mike Layton. Maybe you guys should switch, yes. And to my far, I don't often get the opportunity to say this, but Councillor Janet Davis to my far right. Anyway, I want to thank everybody for coming this afternoon. We are in the public consultation process of the 2017 operating and capital budgets of the City of Toronto. We are here to listen to constituents and residents of the City of Toronto on any concerns, ideas, comments that you may have on the 2017 operating and capital budgets that are presently before the Budget Committee. Just wanted to go over with you the general process of where we're at right now. We have one more evening or afternoon evening of public consultations that are taking place. We have another subcommittee, which is the 7 people on the committee. 4 of them are on the subcommittee here. Councillor Shelley Carlow hopefully will be here momentarily. They are doing consultations up in North York right now. Tomorrow we'll be doing, this committee will be downtown at City Hall doing public consultations from 9:30 on till probably in the evening. After that, the Budget Committee will have an opportunity to start pulling all the information that we've gathered either through staff reports, the consultations, of course, that we're going through, and then we'll be looking at making decisions in what's called our wrap-up meetings. We have 2 wrap-up meetings that are scheduled, and Budget Committee will be making recommendations that will, on the budget, the overall budget, that will be going to executive, and then on to full council, I believe, February 15th and 16th. So this is the opportunity, as I said, for the public to give their comments on the 2017 budget process. Speaking on behalf of my colleagues, this is quite an important aspect of the process to me and to them, again, the opportunity to be able to hear our colleagues, to hear the public on what you feel about the budget. We'll take all the information in, of course, and then from there that will help inform the decisions that we're going to be making. So I just wanted to thank you for coming. We have scheduled between 3 and 5 p.m. We have approximately 26 people, who are you, of course, who are on the agenda. If you haven't registered and you would like to speak before us, you would have to go to the clerk just back here to actually put your name. Again, we have about 2 hours to get through the speakers. Hopefully we'll have that. We'll get through all of them. You will have an opportunity to speak before us or to us for about 5 minutes, just up here to my right, where the microphone is. After your 5 minutes, I will actually be timing you, just so you know, so you have a little timing clock here. Once you hit close to 5 minutes, I'll give you a little nod or indication just to wrap up, just so we can try to get done in the 5 minutes. After that, if any of the councillors would like to ask you questions, they'll also have up to 5 minutes to ask you questions on your presentation. So on that, I would like to begin, and we'll start. Oh, we have to have a motion for a conflict of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Are there any conflicts? Seeing none, why don't we begin with the first speaker. Is Donna Spreitzer. Then after Donna will be Eli Lionbloom, then Mark Richardson.
Hi, thank you for thank you for inviting me or allowing me to speak. My name is Donna Spreitzer. Can you, no?
Is there a button there that you could press?
Maybe that's one.
When the red light's on.
Okay. Well, thank you for letting me speak first. Somebody had to do it. My name is Donna Spreitzer, and for the past 13 years, I have been the executive director at Jackman Community Daycare. It's a nonprofit child care center located in a TDSB school. Our staff of 25 currently provide care to over 220 children, ages 3 to 12, in 8 different program rooms. Over the past many years, operators like me have been overwhelmed by the many directives from City of Toronto Children's Services. The proposal to cut their budget by eliminating the occupancy grants is just one more example of how this city department is not making decisions in the best interest of children, but rather appears to be making these cuts to maintain its own bureaucracy. In the fall, subsidy spaces were frozen. While Children's Services failed to place eligible children in available childcare spots, I know for certain that some operators were forced to close programs and operate at a loss. This was another blow to childcare, and it occurred even though the mayor has promised 200 new spaces over 2 years in last year's budget. This also transpired at a time when Children's Services has put considerable resources into its own inspection arm. The Quality and Capacity Building Unit, working closely with OISE, does little more than duplicate what the Ministry of Education already does to licensed centers. The city's inspection tool, AQI, is onerous, punitive, and costs taxpayers millions of dollars in salaries alone. Dollars that could be better spent increasing childcare subsidies or taking the occupancy grant off the chopping block. By focusing a huge amount of the Children's Services budget on trying to measure quality and duplicate work already done by the Ministry of Education, Children's Services and OISE are a perfect example of ivory tower disconnect nurturing a bureaucratic overreach. I urge council to review what's happening at Children's Services. Any city department that would suggest saving money by charging families more, the very base it is intended to support, is certainly one that is not doing its job. Too much money is spent on hiring inspectors rather than supporting child care partners and families. I did the math at my center. On a cost recovery basis, with no occupancy grant, each of my preschool families would be required to pay an additional $488 per year more. This is far higher than what has been suggested. Cutting the occupancy grants does nothing more than tax families. Please do not make any cuts to funding going directly into childcare. Doing so would be detrimental to our already underfunded childcare system. It's bad for families, it's bad for business, and it will be bad for childcare staff whose salaries will inevitably be flatlined to balance the books. I appreciate Children's Services' efforts to preserve base funding through the new general operating grant. This will help maintain decent wages. If we truly want affordable, quality childcare, the city must prioritize how the childcare dollars are spent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much, Donna. Yeah, if you could stay at the microphone. I've got a couple of questions.
Sure.
One, how did you arrive at the 488 number?
It was basically based on how much square footage my center currently has. I have 3 rooms that are currently exclusive space, and how I understand it, the occupancy grants, the City of Toronto pays the TDSB on our behalf for rent. And right now we've got 3 rooms that are entirely exclusive use. And when I did the square footage computation based on the dollar per square foot that we currently pay for my FDK room in the summer, which is $11.27 per square foot, I did that math and I came up with 488 because I have 16 families in that room.
So my understanding is that the cost per square foot will actually go up dramatically as a result of this. Is this the increase?
This is at market rate right now. I believe the City of Toronto is paying around $6 per square foot, but the current cost that I'm paying on my full-day kindergarten room for the time we use it in the summer, because it's not shared space at that time, we're paying $11.27, which I assume is market rate.
So it's about double.
It will be double, but it's more than double because right now I currently am paying nothing for my exclusive use space.
So here's
Yeah.
a different way for me to ask a similar question, is that do you think it's fair that in order for the city to save 1.3 million, they're going to charge parents 2.6 million?
It doesn't make sense at all to do it that way, Councillor Layton. It's basically a tax on families. You might as well just raise taxes and spread it out to everybody. Right now, you are going to be taxing the most vulnerable people, which is families of children.
And how many families will be taxed at your location?
We serve 220 children in childcare. Largely, that's before and after school. So 220 kids would be charged. When I did the math for our whole center, it would be close to 35,000 that I would have to recoup in fees. And we are a volunteer board of directors. Normally, the easiest way to find that funding would be to say that we're not going to give staff cost of living increases, and that's not acceptable either.
If families have 2 kids.
Oh, then it's twice as expensive.
Can you give me a number? Let's say one in infant care. I'm just trying to do math of my own child care.
Right.
Where
Well, right, yeah.
One infant, 1 toddler. What does that run a family on an annual basis?
Oh, that's way more than 2,000 a month, so we'd be
Well,
looking
that's
at,
way more than 2.
yeah.
That's,
Yeah, right now, we
Well,
charge our preschool families $13.50 per month,
do you have
and those are 3-year-olds.
Do you have infant care? Or
We
no?
don't at our center.
So what's the monthly cost for a toddler?
For a toddler, normally it's anywhere from 13 to 16, maybe 15,000. Infants normally are subsidized by older children, so we don't really know what the true cost of an infant is, but it's probably close to $2,000.
So $3,000 a year times 12 months a year, because you have childcare the full way through,
Right.
$36,000 a year. Do you know what it costs to hire a nanny, live-in childcare, or?
My
Just
guess
my-
is that it would be less than that.
My difficulty here is when we start removing the subsidy and taking out full fee paying parents from the equation, just because by virtue of the cost, it's less expensive to hire someone to live in, then aren't we doing ourselves a disservice by taking away revenue from your childcare center?
I guess that's one way to look at it. Normally, parents will finagle something else or have more latchkey children, children who aren't in care at all, and I think that the numbers indicate that only about 20% of children are in licensed care to begin with. Already, we don't have enough spaces for children, so this will be pushing more children out of licensed care for sure.
We went all the way to 11 months and 3 weeks until we found our child care spot for my infant daughter. So I can tell you from firsthand experience, you're right about not having
Yeah.
those spaces. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? I have one quick question. So you mentioned that the reversal of this occupancy grant is definitely a tax on families. You did mention that?
I did.
So are you supportive of raising property taxes across the city by 3%, 4%, 5%? That's also a tax on families. Are you supportive of something like a move like that?
Personally, I don't have a problem with raising property taxes. I myself am a homeowner, but I think before going that route, I think there's other ways to cut. And one of the things I mentioned in my deputation had to do with the fact that there are things that Children's Services Department is doing already that are duplications of what the Ministry of Education are doing. Their inspection arm is onerous, punitive, and takes money directly away from children and puts it in the pockets of the people who are employed in Children's Services. And I'm not saying everybody in Children's Services doesn't deserve their jobs. What I am saying is that the inspection branch, I think they've renamed, it's a building capacity, or the quality assurances unit is a big department, and they are duplicating things that could be eliminated. And that money alone, when I have figured out how many inspectors there are based on what probably their salaries are, that's millions of dollars a year that could go into the pockets and go into childcare.
I agree with you there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Davis has a question or two.
Thank you. Are you aware that the average tax increase on the average home that is proposed in this budget is $96 per year?
I'm not aware of that.
So then you're probably not aware that the increase per year for a family, if the square footage cost remains at $640, is about $350, which is, you know,
Far
than
more.
3 times what the average tax increase is in this budget. So you are saying, though, that $11.27 a square foot is what you get charged by the school board during the summer.
Correct.
And is it not the case that there are some childcare centers who pay $11 as well?
Correct,
Okay.
regularly. It's only because we're a very old center. My center's been around for almost 35 years, but new centers
So-
are paying rent.
Right, and you would have no choice but to pass these additional costs on, straight onto parents?
It would absolutely have to go, because we are already on a zero, we have a balanced budget. The city requires that we submit a balanced budget to them. So we would have to recoup the cost somewhere, and we'd have to do it on the backs of the parents.
Okay. And is it also not the case that the city requires you to have enrollment at 98% when you submit budgets to create the per diem rate that you get from the city?
That is absolutely right. So if we have families who cannot afford the increases, we will have fewer families, and we will have a shortfall of revenue each year.
Right. So, do you know how many children are waiting on the wait list for Ward 29, Ward 30?
I know my own binders full of waitlisted children are, would take up about this big of an area. My children who aren't in care yet, my binder's this thick.
Okay. All right, so we need more subsidies
We
as
need
well.
more subsidies as well, Councillor Davis.
So you're aware that there's 18,000
Children on the wait list.
right now?
Yeah, it's
Right.
painful that a city of our size, with our resources, can't do better for childcare.
And that council approved 200 spaces over 2 years last year, and those spaces are not all in the budget this year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Just want to introduce Councillor Mary Fragedakis, who's at the far right of the room, my right hand. Eli Lionbloom is the next speaker. Eli Lionbloom. Mark Richardson. Welcome, Mark. Again, we'll have 5 minutes, and they'll be timing you just on this little clock once you begin.
Can you see those slides behind you?
We'll turn around.
Okay. So, councilors, thank you for hearing me today. First of all, let me wish you all a Happy New Year. Let me also wish you all a happy Groundhog Day, because we seem to be doing this over and over and over again. I first came on in Budget 2012 when that time Mayor Rob Ford was trying to defund TDSB pools and shared use recreation centers in the City of Toronto. Last year, PFR also decided to cut 3 TDSB pools from your funding model. Those pools are currently still open, but they're pretty much on life support now because there's no funding model to support them long term. This year, we have 3 more pools that the staff are asking you to defund or to relocate. S.H. Armstrong is one that's in my riding, Ward 32. There's also at Centennial and at Don Mills. The staff are saying that you can relocate the programs to other pools, but keep that list in mind for a minute. Staff are also saying that the majority of the savings come from the annual rent payment to the TDSB. But later in the same report, staff are saying that if we're going to get to the minus 2.6% reduction that you've asked for, you also need to close 36 waiting pools. You need to close another 12 outdoor pools. You need to discontinue service at 10 more TDSB pools. You also need to close 16 shared use recreation centers. That's what minus 2.6% looks like. Since December the 8th, I've been asking staff, can I get that list? Can we get the list of the sites that you're talking about? I've referred it through my counselor, I've referred it through other counselors. Staff have not provided that list. I think if you're having this discussion, you need to be asking for that list and the details like they provided in previous years. Cost per swim, cost per use, all of that stuff. Let's talk specifically about S.H. Armstrong in this case. It appears that you're establishing a pattern. Staff learned their lesson about making big cuts across the city, 16, 17 pools and rec centers. So what you're doing instead is every year you're trimming 2 or 3 out of it. You're trimming those out of your budget to the TDSB so that you're not the bad guys who close a rec center. You know the TDSB doesn't have any funding to support it, but long term, within 18 to 24 months, the TDSB has to be the one who closes the pool, not the City of Toronto. Right now, for Duke of Connaught, you were paying $132,000 in 2012. Both supposed to be CPI adjusted. At Duke of Connaught, S.H. Armstrong are the same facility. So estimate for this year is it's going to cost about $140,000 for that pool. What does $140,000 buy for city residents? It protects an existing walkable local recreation center here in the city. We talk all the time about how we want people to be walking to things, not getting in their cars, not piling onto transit. It also protects an existing capital investment by the City of Toronto. This pool was built by the taxpayers of the City of Toronto and is operated for them by the Board of Education. I know that city doesn't exist anymore. I know the board doesn't exist anymore in that same way. But you talk about shared use facilities, building new shared use facilities. This is an original shared use facilities. Put your money where your mouth is. Duke of Connaught, the school itself, what does $140,000 get you? It gets you tens of thousands of childcare swims per year during school hours, but because they're during school hours, your PFR analysts don't count them as swims. So when you're comparing a city facility to a TDSB shared use facility, suddenly the numbers look terrible for TDSB because the shared use is not being counted because it takes place during TDSB hours. There's still kids in the City of Toronto. They're still active during the day and they're members. What I would really like you to do is to instruct the staff to release all their details on the locations in both of their proposed cut lists. Make sure that that is the standard for all their future budget proposals. Remembering that they're talking about these pools, plus waiting pools, plus outdoor pools, plus 10 more pools, plus 16 TDSB standalone facilities. And how do you pay for it? Councillor Crawford, you're probably going to ask me that. Well, one way to pay for it would be to roll back the cancellation of leisure swim fees. You only did that in 2014. 2014, in the middle of the year, you canceled the walk-in swim fees. Those fees were gapped with land transfer tax money, about $500,000 a year. Other option is to end the unsustainable subsidy for all model in recreation that you've had right now. Councillor Davis knows I've been speaking about this for a while. You subsidize everybody regardless of their income. In some cases, those people could very well afford to be paying more for programs and building more facilities and programs in other parts of the city. Option, which your city manager keeps telling you, is to raise property taxes by about 4% in 2017 and 2018. Yes, I'm a homeowner. I'd be willing to pay a little bit more in property taxes. I've done pretty well in this market since the year 2000. Or do what you normally do. Use the land transfer tax slush fund again, which is what you did in 2014 to cover the gap. Covered the same gap the same way this year, but you're putting all your eggs in a very risky basket. And that's my time. Thank you.
Snuck out an extra 30 seconds there.
Made you look the other way. That's
Yes.
a secret.
Yeah, it worked out well. Anybody else has that idea? I'm good now. Questions?
Yep.
Councillor Davis has questions.
Mark, yes, you and I disagree on user fees. And while I recognize there are some who can afford to pay more, how do you propose that we determine who can pay more and who can't?
Exactly the same way you're proposing to do it with the new discounted TTC pass. You're going to be identifying people who are on the low-income cutoff in order to get them a TTC pass. Use the same mechanism.
So it would just be very low income.
Or you can do a graduated system. You can base it on people who already live in Toronto public housing. If you live in Toronto public housing, if you're on work fare or whatever, that there is a card available that identifies that and gets you a discount,
We do that now for the welcome policy.
which is underfunded.
And, well, it also doesn't necessarily address the people who live at more than the poverty line. So the eligibility is very low, very, very low. So if you have several children, sometimes that $60 9-week program for 3 kids is just too much. So
I firmly understand that, but if you close a local walkable facility and you say the nearest site is now going to be 3 or 4 kilometers away, that family is just as unlikely to go.
I don't support that option either.
I realize
So
that, but this is where
yes.
push comes to shove, right?
Right, well,
You-
I'm glad
you
you're
haven't-
prepared to support property tax increases.
I've been prepared to support
Now,
property taxes
Mark,
all the way through.
you talk to lots of people all the time.
Yep.
And do you hear other people saying they're prepared to pay more in order to make sure that we have appropriate services in the city of Toronto?
Yes, but I do hear them say they're willing to pay more everywhere. They're willing to pay more in user fees. They're willing to pay more in property taxes. It's about maintaining the quality of services. You guys on right and left pick and choose which you need. What you really need is a grab bag of all of them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fragedakis.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mark, for coming out today to depute here at the Civic Center. I think we can all agree about the health benefits of swimming pools. I was just wondering, do you think that the health benefits will actually save taxpayers money in the long run? The health benefits of swimming?
I'm not sure whether it's going to be health benefits of swimming pools, but if you look at where S.H. Armstrong...
The activity of actually swimming.
To a degree, you're watering somebody else's garden by doing that. If you're saving money and it's saving money in healthcare, that's a provincial cost. But where you are saving money is, for example, Councillor Crawford has Bluffers Park in his ward, I believe. We have Ashbridges Bay in our ward, right? We're going to save a lot of, if we're teaching kids to swim in TDSB facilities that border the lakefront, we're going to save ourselves a lot of money in ambulance and lifeguard calls during the course of the year. So this is about $140,000 in the case of this pool. You guys find that kind of money all over the place for much less worthy projects. We're asking you for a couple of years to try and work through this process. It's the same way we were asking you for it in 2012, but you need to start talking with the TDSB. I think some of you are on the TDSB City Council Trustee Board or whatever it's called. You need to start tackling these issues about these legacy shared use facilities. You're talking about building new ones. You're not doing anything serious with the older ones.
No, fair enough, but I was just actually asking you if you thought that the health benefits of swimming actually would save the taxpayer money in the long run. I mean, it's one taxpayer. I don't care if your money goes provincially, federally, or municipally. It's coming out of one pocket.
It's an unanswerable question because it's really hard to track the data on that, but you can track the data on things like drownings if you start cutting swimming lessons in low-income neighborhoods.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside has a few questions.
Sure.
Thank you. Your whole idea about the leisure fee made sense to me. I've never understood why York Mills Arena, for instance, in a very wealthy community, why people can go and skate there for free, and other areas that have arena boards, as Councillor Davis would know, actually have to pay for public skating. So there's that whole issue. But you kind of lost me on the swimming, the city paying to rent the pool or whatever that fee is during school hours.
Okay.
So I was just going to say, so if you extend that thought, and not to be argumentative, but to try to get your insight, because you're pretty insightful. Let's say we have arrangements for gymnasiums. Should we be paying rental fees for school gyms so that kids during school hours could use gymnasiums?
You already are to a degree. Gymnasiums are covered by the province because that's part of the standard standard recreation physical education mandate. Pools are kind of an outlier. Because downtown Toronto is more dense, it was hard to build football fields and things outside. So back in the 50s, 60s, 70s, when these facilities were built, you put a pool into those facilities like the sign on the wall says, and it was a shared use space. You do right now probably pay rent to the TDSB for the gym, but the province also gives the TDSB money for the gym. The province does not give the TDSB money for the pool.
No, but after hours, we would pay for use of the gym.
You do now, you do
Right,
that.
and I understand with
Yeah.
the pool, but I'm saying,
Yeah.
your point was that numbers of the usage, those numbers during school hours weren't included, but would that not be solely a Ministry of Education, school board issue? Physical activity, whether it's swimming, skating, or using a ball in the gymnasium. My concern with where the city budget always seems to go is that we keep jumping into the breach. So I know we've been in this situation, but so often when the province pulls back, then the city's expected to jump in. And to me, you have to have delineated responsibilities, and during school hours, I would think that that responsibility is of the TDSB and of the province.
I would agree to a degree. The challenge is that the TDSB and the provincial model is built around big suburban schools. You don't have big suburban schools in a lot of these cases. You have very physically constrained schools that can't have 2 gyms. There are schools out in Scarborough that have 2 gyms in them to accommodate all the phys ed. In the City of Toronto model, you didn't have football fields, you couldn't have a second gym, you put in a pool because it had a smaller footprint. So in a perfect world, we wouldn't be having this conversation, but it's not a perfect world. So how do we maintain these facilities?
Okay, then my last question, you said you'd be open to the idea of increased property tax.
Correct?
Okay. It seems it doesn't matter what the city does. At some point, the discussion always comes back to raising taxes. Like Mayor Miller introduced the MLTT. That was supposed to address our economic, our revenue problems, and it did, and it does, but obviously not far enough. How high would you be prepared to go with an increase of property tax over the next 10 years?
Over the next 10 years, I'd be willing to bring ourselves up on average with the rest of the GTA, which is, I think, a gap of about another $800 a year or something like that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Murray Lumley. Good timing. Wow. Right up there.
I just
Welcome,
came from
Mr.
provincial.
Lumley. You also,
Yeah.
just a little time clock there. I'm going to
Right.
time you. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, I am amazed that I got here because I was just at provincial court uptown. Dear Budget Committee, Subcommittee members, City Councilors, and members of the audience, my name is Murray Lumley, and my wife and I live in Ward 31. Can you hear me there? Okay, I'll do it this way. Beaches, East York, and I'm a member of Danforth Mennonite Church. Thank you for inviting me to speak to you. I still support the poverty reduction strategy, which was adopted unanimously by City Council in 2015. I also thank and congratulate the Mayor and Council for approving the Fair Pass program, which could lower TTC fares for up to 700,000 low-income residents beyond those on OW and ODSP. This is a step in the right direction. The 2 major spending priorities for Toronto should be mitigation of climate change and decreasing the huge financial inequalities that are evident from many academic studies done and from our everyday observations of the poor and homeless living on our streets and in crowded shelters, as well as the hidden poor who move from place to place. My next paragraph is about the $91 million gap, and I'm sure somebody's mentioned that, so I'll kind of skip over some of that. Just to say that there's a number of community centers would be closed, wading pools, outdoor pools, Meals on Wheels for homes for the aged, and library hours cut. So these are some of the consequences if we don't fix that gap. My main message is that I thought of talking about when I came to come here. On December 8th last year, I attended one of the City of Toronto long-term financial plan consultations. Along with others at a table, we were led in discussions of expenditures. Interesting that gross expenditure per resident is slightly lower in 2016 than it was in 2010, in spite of inflation. We talked about revenue, a consideration of 23 different revenue options or tools, and then we talked a little bit about assets, land, corporate, and other. But most of our time was spent on the revenue options or tools. We actually approved of most of them. I went home and thought some more about what we had done and became depressed. I realized that most of the suggested revenue tools were user fees that impacted lower income residents in a greater way than higher income residents when compared to their income or wealth. In short, they are not progressive taxes. I've already congratulated Mayor Tory on his road toll proposals because they are at least an attempt to place a cost on car driving, which theoretically should reduce congestion and also use some of this new revenue for public transit. But the poor resident who lives in a suburb with poor transit service and can just barely afford to purchase a car to get to work now gets hit with a $4 per day road toll, meaning about $1,500 per year tax increase. This thinking made me come to a realization that we are trying to raise revenue from the wrong sources. Instead of full cost recovery user fees, we need to be taxing wealth from those who have more than enough to be transferred to those who, through no fault of their own, don't have enough to live adequately. Where is this wealth? I certainly don't know all the answers, and I think this is for elected officials to pursue. But there is wealth in all of the city properties whose value has increased dramatically over the past decade, at the same time that property taxes have remained flat. Toronto now has the lowest property tax rate in the GTA. If property taxes were raised just to equal those of our neighboring municipalities, we would have more than enough revenue to fill this year's budget gap and be able to plan for the future. Measures can be put in place to allow some residents to defer portions of property taxes until such time as they sell their properties. It is also a fact that the baby boomers are going to transfer billions of dollars in inheritances and property to their children. I looked it up on Google. In Canada, there is no inheritance tax. I also added to my little document the idea that only 50% of capital gains are ever taxed. That could be increased. I know this is not in the realm of City Council to change, but City Council can ask the upper levels of government to increase taxes a few percentage points on wealth at the time of transfer. It is also common knowledge by now that the Canadian corporations and their officers' remunerations just keep on climbing. 7% for CEOs in 2015 alone, and earning 193 times the average worker's salary, according to the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives. These corporations have had their corporate taxes cut by about 50% over the last generation and are sitting on cash that should be available for spending on affordable housing, public transit, and climate change mitigation. Again, City Council must engage upper levels of government to extract wealth to reduce the inequalities in our cities where 80% of Canadians now live. That's my 5 minutes, right? That's good enough. I have a couple other paragraphs, but that's the main points I was trying to get across.
Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Davis.
Thanks, Murray. One of the options that was identified in the long-term fiscal plan to explore further was developing a graduated residential property tax system, which exists now for the commercial taxes in the City of Toronto, and which would mean higher valued properties would pay at a higher rate. And make it more progressive. Is that something you would support?
That was actually one of the revenue tools that was mentioned. They didn't suggest that it would make a lot of money, but I was reading the latest Canada Centre for Policy Alternatives January-February monitor for 2017 just last night. I mean, they're on the same tack. They're suggesting wealth, and they did suggest an idea like that I think it was maybe for Vancouver, properties over
Right.
$1.25 million could have a surtax put on them. Yes.
Right.
I think I would agree with that.
Right. Unfortunately, City Council voted against it, and it's not being looked at any further, which is, we're going to have to figure out how to get that back on the agenda. Thanks, Murray.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Burnside had a question for you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. How would you define wealth?
Wow. Yeah, I didn't, it could be like savings, it could be investments, it's property. And like I said, like wealth is going to be transferred at an unprecedented rate from baby boomers to their children. I assume it's already happening. I know that the article in the that I read last night talked about something like $100 billion. I perhaps didn't read it as carefully as I should have, but it's just that there is wealth that some people have, more wealth than they need to live on, I guess. And there are people in our society that don't have any wealth, and some of them are living on the street and just barely above that. And I've heard it said that many people in Canada, very large number of people in Canada, are like one paycheck away from not being able to pay their mortgage. In fact, somebody important said that recently, that if, well, I think it was, yeah, it doesn't matter who it was, said a 1% increase in the interest rates would cause a large number of people, 1 million people, to walk away from their mortgages. But, so it's obviously not those people, but there is wealth in our, and economists say this, that corporations have not been using the wealth that they have to create jobs, even though as a society, as federal and provincial governments, we've cut their taxes over years.
Yeah, and those are absolutely legitimate questions and concerns.
Yeah.
I guess I was coming at it more from the municipal standpoint, which is when it comes down to property,
Yeah.
it's very difficult, in my opinion, it's very difficult to define wealth.
Okay.
I know the area I represent, Thorncliffe, which is 40% poverty. I also represent
Yeah.
Leaside, which is seen as a wealthy community.
Okay.
That being said, it's the most highly leveraged community in the city, at least according to Toronto Life. And
Yeah.
so my question is, just because there's a high value property, does that necessarily mean you're wealthy? Or if you're a senior that's been there,
Yeah.
My mom was in her home since when she bought it for $25,000. Was she wealthy? I don't know. The other question I have it comes down to tax rate.
Okay.
And the connection between tax rate and the delivery of services.
Okay.
Do you have any insight into that? And I guess where I'm coming from with that is, if you look at basically the delivery of services in Oshawa, for argument's sake,
Okay.
is roughly the same as Toronto. I mean, there are going to be variables, but because Oshawa's property values are, let's say, half of Toronto, it would make sense that their tax rate is double that of Toronto.
Okay.
Vancouver, on the other hand, their tax rate is actually half of Toronto.
Okay.
So I'm wondering how you make that connection of tax rate to delivery of services. Or do you? And it's not meant to be.
Yeah, I don't know. I've just seen a lot written about, and I've seen the graph of the tax rates in all the major cities in Canada, and I know what you're saying. The tax rate is the mill rate, right?
Yeah.
That you're charged for your property. I don't have the answers to that. I would put
Just
it
something to
back.
think
I would
about
put
then.
it back to you.
Well, I
to
think that's
struggle
what we're
with that.
I am struggling. And the last question,
Yeah, thank
more
you.
of a comment question. I did the math. Would you be surprised to find out that every homeowner in Toronto, by my math, faulty as it may or may not be, is subsidized about $350 by apartment dwellers?
Well, I'm not surprised at that. I'm an apartment dweller, and I used to live in Hamilton, and I learned when I was living, I had a house there. What I learned was the number was something like 3 or 4 times the tax, for the space that I live in, I'm paying maybe 4 times the tax of a homeowner. Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I should have mentioned it.
The inequalities are
Yeah.
far and.
I don't, as a resident of Toronto, I don't lose any sleep over that at all.
Okay.
I'm happy to pay, like if my landlord is paying taxes, I'm really glad that he is, and for the
Okay.
and what I'm concerned about is the people that just hardly have anything.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for your
Appreciate it.
question.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Murray. Next is Eli Aaron. Welcome, Eli.
Okay. My name is Eli Aaron. I'm an urban planning student, and there are 2 issues I will be discussing: the city's Heritage Preservation Department and the overall 2017 city budget. The current state of heritage preservation services is an embarrassment to our city. As a volunteer of the North York Preservation Panel, I have witnessed this firsthand. Other cities have done an amazing job protecting their historical buildings. Here's how we do things in Toronto, or an example. In 2010, the Preservation Panel submitted heritage nominations for a few century homes in Lawrence Park. 7 years later, the heritage staff still haven't had time to review the properties. Some are now for sale, and it's too late to save them from demolition. So in Toronto, the main mechanism we are using to protect our heritage buildings is crossed fingers, and it isn't good enough. Council requested across-the-board cuts without consulting departments in advance. Eliminating the services Torontonians rely on are not efficiencies. Transit riders will be facing the 6th fare hike in 6 years, while they will be left waiting longer for more crowded vehicles. Council chose to ignore the city manager's advice to introduce a $120 vehicle registration tax, a fraction of the cost of a yearly Metro Pass, which is now $1,755. With the Fare Pass program not rolled out until 2020, we know this will be detrimental to our city's poor, as clearly stated in the committee's own equity briefing note. Mayor Tory said he ignored the city manager's advice to charge drivers because it would be, quote, divisive. But he and council seem to have no trouble standing behind an above-inflationary fare increase yet again. The argument for not raising property taxes as much as every other GTA municipality that we hear every year is that seniors and those on fixed incomes will be forced out of their homes. I understand this argument, which is why a graduated property tax system would be more effective. However, when Councillor Cressy proposed this at the December council meeting, the motion lost. This means councillors who say they are worried about seniors being forced out of their homes, well, I'm not sure that they really care that much. Are they only using it as an excuse to protect Toronto's millionaires who live in mansions and would be the most affected by this? Those millionaires, I guess they just can't afford to pay another penny while we throw the homeless out on the streets to meet the 2.6% slashing target. According to Housing Connection's most recent report, the affordable housing waitlist grew by 9,000 to over 179,000 people last year, while the repair backlog of TCHC surpassed $2.6 billion. This budget does next to nothing to address either of these issues. According to the Star, in 2015, the mayor did a press conference at a TCH building at Jane and Finch to announce TCHC improvements. A year later, those exact units are being boarded up because council's 2.6% slashing target doesn't leave enough money to repair them. This is the definition of hypocrisy. The subsidized childcare waitlist has grown by 7,000 since last year, and this out-of-touch budget provides exactly 0 new subsidized childcare spaces. Then there's the fact that breakfast programs for over 13,000 children in need are currently unfunded. Or the service change that would essentially see the city discontinue food production to Meals on Wheels and leave vulnerable Torontonians to starve. Your equity briefing note referred to this as dire. Some quick facts on our underfunded shelter system. Women's shelters, 100% capacity. Youth shelters, 100%. Men's shelters, 97%. Family shelters, 100% capacity. According to an exchange I witnessed at Budget Committee, it is very probable women escaping abuse can be turned away. And this is a department council wants to cut by 2.6%? I completely agree we need to spend money wisely. That means that the mayor's office should not be intimidating the chief planner in an attempt to maintain a congestion-inducing, archaic, rotting piece of 6-decade-old infrastructure, the Gardner. Maybe council shouldn't spend $3 billion on one subway station unless it's made with gold. So, to wrap things up, while the proposed budget includes only a modest property tax increase, it completely ignores TTC riders, who will pay an above-inflationary increase yet again. It spikes the cost of 8,400 daycare spaces. It spikes the cost of recreation programs. It closes emergency cooling centers. It leaves children to starve. It leaves vulnerable adults to starve. It leaves 19,000 parents waiting for childcare subsidies. It leaves TCHC residents to live in inhumane conditions. It leaves people in shelters waiting for subsidized housing. And it even forces the homeless to stay on the streets because all the shelters are full.
Thank you.
A
Thank you very
city
much.
which approves this budget in its current form is not a city I can be proud to live in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eli. questions? No, thank you. Next is Karen Jovier.
Hi, I'm a property owner and a senior who lives not far from where this meeting is being hosted. I'm here today because of concerns raised by an article in the Toronto Star on January 2nd called City Budget Strains Vulnerable Citizens. It seems that a $91 million budget gap remains for the city. The article states that for 2017, property tax increases are limited to 2% plus 0.5% for capital transit and housing projects. In order to balance this budget, Mayor Tory proposed all city divisions make 2.6% cuts to their budgets because the slight increase in property taxes will not be enough. However, the Toronto Star article goes on to say the following. The city could actually plug its $91 million budget gap, reverse proposed cuts, and pay for all the new initiatives if the average homeowner contributed an additional $140 next year. I was shocked to read that such a small amount in increased property taxes could make such a difference to the city's shortfall in revenue. I'm a senior on fixed income. I would gladly pay the extra $140 beyond the 2.5% increase, and more if it meant having decent city programs and services, including a transit system that didn't have to raise its fares every time we turn around. Yet Mayor Tory claims that seniors and others on fixed incomes can't afford to pay more property tax. I find this hard to believe. Moreover, the city does have programs in place for those residents that might struggle with any tax increases. Instead, we're going to have a variety of increased user fees, such as for recreational programs that some families rely on for their children. It doesn't make sense to demand a budget cut from the underfunded TTC, which just had to raise their fares. I had to go out of my way to find an air-conditioned car on the Line 2 subway this summer, one of the hottest summers on record, because our transit system couldn't afford to replace all the cars required. I have health issues with heat, but I have to rely on transit to get around. Many of us were forced to walk to the very far end of the platform to secure a car where we could just breathe properly. That's disgusting. There have been frequent TTC service disruptions and delays, and these aren't helped by budget cuts. As discussed before, affordable daycare is badly needed in the city, given the high cost of living due to accommodation costs. The city should not be canceling an agreement with school boards providing childcare in public schools, resulting in extra daycare costs for these families affected. We have to make it easier for parents to get childcare, not harder. According to the same Star article, there's currently a lack of city planners. At a time of unprecedented growth, especially with condo developments popping up everywhere, we need enough planners to properly evaluate the flood of applications from developers. Already, as discussed before, many heritage buildings have been torn down or are boarded up. Many are still at risk. We need proper staffing to effectively implement heritage studies and fight to protect our history, what's left of it. We can easily ruin our city if we allow unchecked growth with lack of community consultation and proper planning oversight. Of concern too is cuts in community grants. These grants help vital social service agencies to do their jobs. These agencies are already on tight budgets at the best of times and would have to cut services to continue operating. Who would be affected? Vulnerable citizens that need the social support services. This type of cut is something we would have expected from the previous Ford administration and not supposedly a more progressive administration. It was a blistering hot summer in 2016. We needed to have city swimming pools open before late June, even part-time, and it would have created some employment as well. However, The Star article suggests that on the cutting board are swimming pools and some wading pools. Unbelievable, with climate change creating such hot summers. This would punish families that cannot afford to get out of town. Closing pools would be a very regressive move and hopefully not necessary.
Can you wrap up, please? We're at 5
Okay.
minutes.
How to meet the funding shortfall? If you feel that $140 more per year for property taxes is such an impossibility, maybe bring back the vehicle registration tax. We had it up and running and should be able to get that up and running fast. And I don't understand why the federal government only contributes 1% towards the city's operating budget.
Thank you very much.
It should be paying a lot more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? Seeing none, thank you for your deputation.
Okay, thank you.
Next is Carmel Sutter.
Hello, councillors, and thank you for, my name is Carmel Sutter, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm going to start with a quote that puts it much better than I can. We cannot look at ourselves in the mirror and say that this city is truly great when tens of thousands of kids across the city are growing up in poverty. That was John Tory in 2014. And it was great words and followed by a great promise. As mayor, I will work with council to build a real poverty reduction strategy with real targets and real timelines. And in 2015, the report put it even better. It is unacceptable that in a city as prosperous as Toronto, people cannot meet their basic needs for food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. So thank you, all of you. Thank you, Councillor Crawford, Burnside, Layton, and Davis for passing TO Prosperity. It's a bold and visionary plan to make life better for many of us who live in low income. However, this fantastic project has been inadequately funded, to put it mildly, last year and also in this budget. And many social agencies, ranging from the United Way to the YWCA, are expressing great concern. Many of the cutbacks proposed in this current budget will hurt those that we have promised to help. We have to find the money for this program. And saying that we can't afford it is extremely short-sighted. The United Way estimates that poverty costs Toronto somewhere around $5 billion per year. The costs of letting this continue dwarf the costs of helping people to live a good life here in Toronto. We could and should have a city where people have access to those daycare spaces, where the poorest kids not only get their wading pools, but to get to participate in all the activities and cultural riches of a city like this, so that they are healthy, they're fed, they do well in school, and they go on to become productive citizens. We can have this. If we fail to follow up on this important initiative, we should be very ashamed to look at ourselves in the mirror. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Okay.
Next is Michael Polanyi. Welcome, Michael.
Good afternoon.
All yours.
Great. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm Michael Polanyi. I'm a community worker at Children's Aid Society of Toronto. Every year, City Council struggles to balance its budget, and every year, it seems, Council considers cutting back services, even though hundreds of thousands of people in Toronto do not have access to basics like housing, transit, food, and childcare, as we've heard from many other deputants. Years of below inflation property tax increases have left our city with a declining infrastructure, inadequate services to meet demand, and above inflation transit fare and user fee hikes. The lack of available funds to invest in childcare, recreation, transit, nutrition, and housing means that all children in Toronto do not have an equal opportunity to succeed as CAS of Toronto outlined in our recent report, Divided City Life in Canada's Child Poverty Capital. Council needs a fiscal plan that allows it to build a city where all have a chance to succeed and contribute. That will require a fair and adequate property tax and perhaps the adoption of new revenue tools. By refusing to increase our property tax to a level comparable to the GTHA average, Council is, as we've heard, opening the door to cuts and service reductions in 2017 that would hurt many children, youth, and families. And they've already been discussed already, but closing 82 pools and wading pools, 16 recreation centers, 44 school nutrition programs, ending the grant for school-based childcare centers. Of course, all of these would hurt children and families, and they should be rejected. Ending, I don't think it's been mentioned yet, ending Toronto's homelessness prevention program that serves 24,000 at-risk people would also be disastrous. Even if these cuts are avoided, and this point's been made already as well, the proposed budget really fails to move us forward. Community leaders have called for an investment of $75 million in new anti-poverty initiatives. This budget only includes $3 million, and actually that's not even in the core budget. In addition, the proposed budget, if you look at it, fails to make progress in reducing the wait lists for affordable housing and subsidized childcare. Council can do better. First, Council, we believe, should reject the possibility of cuts to services and programs. A better option is to increase slightly the municipal land transfer tax to make up the $91 million budget gap. Second, Council should move forward on poverty reduction and funding affordable housing, childcare, and transit by exploring the adoption of additional revenue tools, such as the vehicle registration tax, and by starting to increase property taxes to a level comparable to the GTHA average. And third, and this point's been made too, but I think it's important, Council should take action to make taxes fairer and fees fairer so that the vulnerable in our city pay less, while the majority of residents and homeowners who can pay more do pay more. I think there are three ways at least to do this. Some of these have been mentioned already. First is reopening the proposal brought forward by the city manager for a progressive or graduated property tax, a slightly higher mill rate on residential properties above a threshold value of, say, $1.5 million or $2 million. Second, the city needs to enhance access to the property tax deferral and cancellation program for seniors and people with disabilities, and also access to the property tax cancellation program for people in extreme poverty. Currently, only 5,000 households in the city access these programs. That's less than 1 in 100 households, I think. Thirdly, Council should explore ways to, and Councillor Burnside has mentioned this, reduce the unfair burden of property tax paid by tenants, apartment tenants in their monthly rents, given that the vast majority of tenants have zero or very low net wealth. I hope that the city will rebuild its fiscal capacity to meet our infrastructure and service needs. The future of our city depends on it.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Councillor Davis?
The graduated property tax model is something that is being explored, I understand, in other municipalities and being looked at by various academics. Could you provide us with any further information on that thinking of building more progressivity into our property taxes?
Sure. I mean, it is in place, my understanding is, in a number of jurisdictions around the world. Ireland, Singapore, many European countries have a graduated rate. I think an earlier deputant mentioned the report done by the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives looking at the possibility of a graduated property tax in Vancouver, which could bring in, I think, I don't remember the number, but it was a significant amount in that report, in the order of hundreds of millions of dollars for affordable housing. It hasn't caught on widely in North America, but in many other parts of the world it has been pursued, and I think it would be a step towards ensuring that the burden of property tax does not fall on people who have lower incomes, which is currently the case.
Well, there's some people who say, you know, that you may be property wealthy,
Yep.
but maybe not income wealthy.
Right.
And so how would you answer that challenge?
Well, I mean, there are a number of ways to implement a progressive property tax, and one would be to allow an exemption to lower income homeowners. We have the program that I mentioned, the Property Tax Deferral and Cancellation Program in the city, which helps 5,000 households. I think it needs to be made more robust. It needs to be easier to access. So there are models for exemptions for the households that are in a position of having a lower income, a deferral of the increase, for example.
Right. Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Burnside.
Thank you, thank you. Not to put you on the spot, but you seem to know quite a bit about this particular topic. If you went to this progressive, as they say, tax system where you, and I think you use a threshold of about $1.5 million to $2 million on a house.
Could be. Yeah.
Whatever that number is,
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, how much money are we talking about, and what sort of rates are we talking about? Because the devil is always in the details, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, when you get into a higher range of home, there are fewer people that own those homes, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the average home value is now in Toronto, but a few years ago it was only $569,000. So, you know, how much money are we talking? Or, and do you even know? And I'm not. And if you don't, that's fair.
We've been sort of encouraging staff to do some of that. I mean, I think
Okay.
one of do some of the analysis, and obviously there are a lot of different permutations and combinations in terms of where you set it, so I don't believe that kind of there's any kind of formal report.
Okay.
So I don't know if I can really
Okay, and that's
answer
fair,
that question.
that's fair.
I think the point is that there's you know, there's a range of different levels of revenue that could be brought in, and obviously you want to strike a balance where it's not overly onerous, but I think there is a potential for significant revenue.
So if you were looking at taxing somebody on their home, wouldn't it make more sense to tax them on the tail end, not only on the buying end?
You're talking about transfer, like
Yeah.
a land transfer type tax?
Yeah.
So tax them when they sell their home and
Yeah.
realize the benefit. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I'm just asking the question. I mean, because I don't know. No one really talks about that. I mean, I know the land transfer is probably at 4% now on the buying end. But if you're looking to try to, if the goal, and I don't know. Once again, I'm asking questions. I'm just sort of, you know, stimulated by some of your comments. If the goal is to tax people for this, and not that you said it specifically, but others have said it, this windfall in property appreciation, and you know, if not everyone you know, people might see that windfall, but you only really see the windfall when you sell, right? You don't actually become wealthy until you sell that stock or you sell your home.
That would be one model. Obviously, there would be a trade-off in terms of you wouldn't be realizing the revenue, as much revenue. I mean, I think it's interesting that I'm maybe the 8th or 9th deputant, and I would echo what I think every other deputant said. I'm a homeowner. I live in Ward 32. I would be willing to pay slightly more in property tax so that people have access to the basic services that they need. So I think that's a message that people are saying. And
now you got me onto my last question. What's slightly more mean?
Slightly more. I mean, I think what I said in my deputation, what I think another deputant said is we probably in Toronto can afford to pay a property tax that is at the average for the Greater Toronto area. And
So the other deputant mentioned up to $800.
yeah,
Does
I
that
think
seem fair?
I think that's about what it is, and
Okay.
you know, probably that could be phased in, or we could council could set that as a goal, you know, for sort of geographic equity in the city to move towards that over the next 5 years or so. I think many
that
residents might see that as reasonable.
I think that 800 doesn't include the fact that in Toronto we pay for solid waste, or the averaging out like for the solid waste pickup. Most municipalities don't pay that, I don't think, and I don't think it accounts for the MLTT. But fair enough. Thanks.
I have a couple of questions. You suggested in your deputation that there's nothing in this budget for poverty reduction. Now, Deputy Mayor McConnell actually would disagree with you, and she would strongly suggest that there's approximately about $80 million of poverty reduction measures embedded within this particular budget. This is the second year of our poverty reduction strategy. The first year was over $100 million. Yes, there's $3 million that is kind of sitting out there, primarily with student nutrition we're looking at getting. But I just want to correct, you did comment there's no poverty reduction measures in this budget. And there's an easily, and I don't know the exact number, I don't have the figures in front of me, but easily $80 million of poverty reductions already embedded in this budget. So I just wondered if you want to comment on that, because you did make that, and I find that a little odd that Councillor McConnell has suggested there's a lot more in this budget that you're not aware of.
Yeah, I said that I was talking about new and enhanced initiatives.
Oh, well, okay, well then that's
what I was
said,
talking
you didn't say that, you said poverty reduction measures, so I just want to make sure you clarify that it's just new and enhanced.
Well, I think I said new poverty initiatives. I'm pretty sure that's what's in our written report, and that's...
I could be wrong then, but I
Yeah.
just want to make sure it was clarified.
Yeah, and I haven't seen any, I don't know if that's in the public domain, the $80 million. I've been looking for it, I haven't seen anything, so it would be useful to people in the community to see what's included in that.
Yeah, we could actually, I've seen a report, I'm just trying to think where, we'll endeavor to try to get that report out. But there is definitely a report that is there. She was the author of it. Thank you. Councillor Layton?
Thank you very much. I can't help but take this opportunity to try to point something out. So I'm going to ask a bit of a hypothetical question here. If I was a mayor and ran on a platform of improving public transit, would you expect me to calculate all the money that went into public transit as what we put in the previous year and that we were paying again this year, or any new and enhanced funding for public transit?
Yeah, that is, I think, an important point, just in terms of the poverty reduction strategy is about moving from where we are now and making progress in terms of reducing poverty.
So if I was a mayor that committed to fighting gridlock but refused to put any new and enhanced funding for gridlock in a given year of a budget, would that be in fact doing what I said I was going to do, or would it be perhaps just maintaining the status quo?
Again, what matters, I think, is the impact on people in our communities and who are facing gridlock, facing difficulty with transit, facing poverty. That's, I think, the key indicator of whether the city's moving ahead on any of those strategies.
So if I can move to one of your initial comments about wait lists, is it safe to say that it's not good enough to not cut subsidies to childcare or promised increased subsidies and increased fees for parents? It's not good enough just not to do that. In fact, we should be trying to strive to do better by reducing the wait lists for childcare, public housing, swim program.
Yes, and I would agree with that, and I would say that we have been pushing a number of organizations for the poverty reduction strategy to include incremental progress indicators year by year, and I think Council agreed recently to ask staff to set some targets in terms of reducing those wait lists for affordable housing and affordable childcare so that we can actually see that there is progress and improvement in the lives of people.
Do you have any advice about how we could enhance the access to the property tax deferral programs that you mentioned?
I think I think that just there needs to be a review. I think there's a lack of awareness of the program. I think I know in terms of helping one community member, and I talked about this in Scarborough, just reaching an actual live person to help with that. I know that the application form for the sort of emergency relief program is 10 pages, and you need to provide detailed financial information about every single expenditure that you make as a household, and only about 150 families have benefited from that emergency relief over the last 3 years. So I think that program is extremely onerous and difficult to apply for. So I think there's a lot that could be done.
I would completely agree. I've helped some people through some of the paperwork before as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Michael. Next is Don Booth.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, councillors, and guests, I'd like to thank you for allowing me to address you today. My name is Don Booth, and I represent myself. This year, I was fortunate enough to watch much of Council's December debate on the budget on television. I was impressed. Peter Wallace, our city manager, said that we cannot continue to cut our way out of budget shortfalls, and I'd be remiss if I didn't also mention that our previous city manager, Joe Penichetti, in one of his farewell speeches, said that if we were to raise our taxes more or less to the average of property taxes in the GTA, that it would cover our costs. The financial demands that we've allowed to accumulate over the years are too great, and the demands of a growing population require that we find new money. As I listened to your debate, I was astounded to hear the majority of council agreed. It seemed as if the real Toronto City Council had returned from a long, strange voyage on the other side of a looking glass, where it was said that money grows on trees, and where they actually believed that if we stamp our feet, that other levels of government would magically pull billions of dollars out of a hat. Perhaps council has returned from this fantasy, discovering that while they were away, the city is deteriorating. Nothing works as it should. Public housing is crumbling. Transit that used to be the envy of the world struggles and fails to transport people. Homeless people line the streets. Children go hungry at school and languish after school. New business proposals get lost in an understaffed city hall without the resources to serve our growing populace. The other day I didn't pay for parking because a homeless man had staked out the meter, and I didn't want to deal with him because I had just given a loonie to another homeless guy down the block. Maintaining the lowest property taxes in the GTA has not done us any favors. We need to care for this city as if it was our home, and as if the people who live here were our family. It's the least we can do. Can we once more become New York as run by the Swiss? Of course we can. The Gardner, DVP, hotel tax, and equalized vacant property taxes are a good start. These new taxes won't pay for the backlog of everything that needs to be done, but they are a move in the right direction. Council voted 20-12 to ask for a share of the HST, and 22-20 for a new sales tax when the province insists that we pay our share. 1 cent of the HST is worth $500 million. If you, members of council, actually follow through on your own proposals, substantial renewal and repair can begin. I can't resist a quote from U.S. Senator Everett Dirksen. A billion here, a billion there. Eventually we're talking real money. Maybe slowly, maybe over a long time, but it can be done. We can build a city that is irresistible to new and growing businesses. With patience and a little courage, We can build a transit system so good that no one in their right mind would consider driving. A system of parks and recreation so good that children are fully engaged and have far better things to do than just nothing. Toronto can become quick and responsive to all requests, from an application to build a backyard deck to proposals for new neighborhoods, industrial parks, and sophisticated infrastructure. Your first tentative steps bode well. I want you to know that the people of Toronto are behind you. It's difficult to ask for new taxes. It takes a lot of guts. Years of neglect cannot be reversed overnight, but as we repair the old and build the new, people will notice. Members of council serve for a long time, many, many terms. You can afford to tell difficult truths. You can afford the time it takes to do great things. You'll be around to see the light in people's eyes when the city begins to shine. And as good politicians, of course, you will take the credit for all of it. It just requires courage. With your care, courage, and attention to detail, this city can function like a Swiss watch. Only this time, it will be made of silicone. It will be invented, designed, and manufactured here in Toronto. The Swiss will be jealous.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next is Cindy Roseboom. Welcome, Cindy.
Good afternoon. Thanks very much. My name is Cindy. I'm the Managing Director of East End Arts, which is the local arts service organization for this area. I want to thank you firstly for everything you do at the city, and especially this task. Coming from the nonprofit sector, a great commiseration for the difficulty of allocating funding when there's unlimited demands and limited means. I know that you've heard from the arts and culture representatives. I know that you know that as a sector, we are very eager to reach the $25 per capita arts and culture investment target that we set in 2003. I know that you have committed as a city council to reach that, and that we are very, very close to that. We are really hoping that we could reach that this year. But beyond that reminder, I just wanted to take a moment to reinforce the value of arts investment. A couple points here. Firstly, that arts funding is an investment. Our sector is able to leverage one city dollar into another 20 or so from other sources on average. Arts and culture creates jobs. There's some 174,000 cultural jobs in Toronto around that, and it also increases tourism to our city. Even more importantly, investment in arts and culture yields enormous social returns. So there's been numerous studies that prove that arts involvements help kids do better in school. It provides positive options for people who might be considering something destructive, either to themselves or to others. It helps people understand each other. And perhaps above all, it gives us hope. Hope that we can be better individuals, hope that we can be better together. Speaking of together, the arts community is highly cooperative. Even just in this last year, East End Arts has worked with the school board, TTC, Toronto Community Housing, social service agencies, and local BIAs. We've had programs that involve kids, youth, adults, and seniors. That's just us. We don't want to compete with anybody here or with any other sector. We want and do work with other groups to make our city better. So, which that brings me to my final point, was just to give a little plug for the Lassos in particular. We do, as local art service organizations, play a special role in the cultural ecosystem. The Lassos help bring the benefits of arts and culture into the communities where people live so that it reaches people who might not otherwise have access. It's a really important job. It's one that we love doing, and we hope that it makes you proud because we really couldn't do it without you. And that's all I wanted to say, unless you have questions.
Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Davis.
Can you just remind me, East End Arts, so the amount of money you are receiving this year is going to be flatlined for next year?
That's, as I understand it, yes.
Okay. And There are obviously additional costs this year. I presume the people who work there want to be paid.
Yes, you know, we of course would love to be paid. It'd be great to be able to bring up the people who work in the arts sector to sort of basic wages as any other sector would expect. I know very few people in arts that have benefits, for example. We don't yet. It would be great to be able to have those, or even just to make a livable salary. We do. I mean, we'll make do. We'll make do with whatever we're given, and I don't want to bite the hand that feeds in any way, because the city is being very good to the arts sector, but we can do better. And if we compare how much Toronto invests in the arts, it's woefully behind other cities like Montreal or Ottawa or Calgary. Yes. Hopefully that answers. I don't know.
Thank you.
No. And thank you for all your good work.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Next is Maria Ferreira.
I've been working for Children's Service for 27 years, and I've seen what subsidy, how it helps the families. We had a young mom that came. Her child was 2.5 years old. She wasn't walking. She didn't feed herself and couldn't talk. But after a year in our service, with the hard work of the staff, she was walking and using a spoon to eat and had few words and interacted with the children. And this allowed the mom to go back to school, because we have a lot of moms in our centers that have quit school to take care of to be home with their kids. So subsidy helps these young moms get back to school. We have young moms that are working, and subsidy also provides them to get back to work. We also have grandparents that take custody of their children. We had a grandmother that had to have childcare in our center because she had to go through chemo. She got very sick, and so the daycare helped us take care of her child while she got some medical. So the need for subsidy and childcare spots is very important for these moms. So we should not be closing the childcare center like Capri. We should be opening more centers and providing more subsidy for these moms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Davis has a question.
One of the proposals in the budget is to close Capri Childcare, which is a city-run childcare facility. Are you aware of how many other centers have closed that the city runs over the last few years?
Well, we had, I think, Hollis that closed down but reopened down the street. So that's the only one that I know that they actually closed.
St. Mark's?
I know Hollis. And St. Mark's was one of them, that's right,
Closed.
yeah, they closed.
Plains Road last year, they closed the preschool program, or Parkside, sorry.
Yeah.
They closed the preschool program. I think there was another one prior to that. Okay, so it would be really helpful, actually, if somebody could go back and look at all of the childcare centers that have been, or programs and spaces that have been closed by the city over the last several years. Because what the provincial government is encouraging is, as all-day kindergarten expands, that those programs should be replaced with infants and toddler programs, and I don't think the city's done that. So if you could help with that, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. I'm going to try to make this really brief. Every time I put out a tweet that I think raising the cost of childcare, even on full fee parents, is wrong, there seems to be one person out there that comes back and says, why should I be paying for your childcare? But I think you told a really important story about the importance of ECE for us as a society. I don't know if you're able to, but because I'm going to research this now because I'm just tired of hearing it. What other benefits do you see of having ECE programs accessible to everyone, irrespective of cost?
Well, for me, I had children, and when I put my child in a licensed childcare, it's a peace of mind for me that it was a safety for the child, right? Knowing that my child was good hands, and it was a safety, and I can go to work, peace of mind.
Now, we've got a situation here where if, and I've got an infant in care, and it costs like roughly $2,000 a month, which is a child, like a child care within the city, not at City Hall, but by my home. If I have a second child, it's going to become very, very close to us, my family, deciding that it's actually far less expensive for either A, to hire a nanny and keep the children in our home, or B, have my partner not work, or me not work, for that matter. Have one of us not work and stay home because of the cost. If we start removing full fee paying parents from these centers, particularly infants, what does that do to the viability of the centers? Do you know?
The financial part of the daycare, I don't know. All I know
That's
is I provide
totally fine. Fair enough.
I do the programming. That's what I'm
Yeah.
good at, with the children and the families, and working with the moms or the fathers. You know, if the child has a need that needs to be met, that I'm there to guide the parents and the child and make those needs be met.
Yep.
That's my job.
That's fair enough. Thank you so much for coming in.
You're welcome.
Councillor Burnside has a question.
Sorry,
Oh, one more.
as a result of Councillor Layton's question, now I have a question, which is the story you told, the woman and her child in question, were they subsidized?
Yes.
Because I
And
was
this-
a little confused. Councillor Layton was
No, 'cause
saying that everyone, like you conflating the two, and I was just a little confused. But that person was subsidized, right?
yeah, the three
Okay,
stories I
thank you.
told you, they're all subsidized. And because we could provide subsidy, they can go on and back to school or go get medical help or go to work.
Right. Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Next is Andrew Fraser and Susan Gupta, who are going to share their time together. Welcome, and you have 5 minutes.
I'm Andrew Fraser. I live in East York, and I'm here on behalf of the Toronto Trans Coalition Project.
Hi. Start the time. It's 5 minutes. Thanks. I'm withdrawing for speaking tomorrow. I'm Susan Gapka. I'm chair of the Toronto Trans Coalition, and we're here to talk about some of the work we're doing, and we're here also to let you know that trans people do not live only in the inner city core, that we live in all parts of the neighborhood. I'm going to read from this. So the Toronto Trans Coalition Project is a new partnership of trans and gender non-binary support and advocacy groups in Toronto. We aim to improve the everyday lives of trans and gender non-binary people in Toronto, across Ontario and across Canada. We accomplish this goal by having trans and gender non-binary people create, implement, and make decisions in all aspects of our project, which focuses on improving access to trans and gender non-binary people to social determinants of health. And that's sort of where we've come in. We have a record of successful advocacy at the provincial level, and at the federal level, we're very close to having a government bill enumerate gender identity and gender expression at the federal level, which will be really helpful for the provincial jurisdictions, which do not explicitly cover that. And that's happened since 2001. What we're really interested in advocating for today at this time is inclusion into the poverty reduction strategy of the City of Toronto, and to second, third, and fourth the motions of a number of groups that are speaking in favor of increased funding for poverty reduction initiatives. We've been out here in the past around housing and social housing in this neighborhood, cuts to Toronto community housing. We are pleased with the increase, with the low-income transit fare, but concerned that some of our people may not survive until that becomes implemented also under the Presto scheme, which is a new idea for many of us. And for those in disadvantaged communities, more difficult to access. Could go on, but we'll have a handout for you. But I'd like to turn it over now to, I see the range in the mic here, over to Andrew. And our other committee member was not able to make it today because she withdrew because she was ill. So we're just, Andrew's going to talk about what it's like to live in a neighborhood and how difficult housing's been. And maybe something else.
Besides being the treasurer of the group with Susan, I'm also a trained librarian. Public libraries, for every $1 put in, as I was taught in library school, you get about $8 return. For non-binary and trans people, it may be one of the few safe places out there. So seeing hours cut back at public libraries is not a good idea. Again, I have a friend who is trans-identified. She has a condo in downtown Toronto. She works in a medical library. Her parents have a condo up in Markham. Same company, built both, and the parents pay 40% more in taxes. It's time maybe for us to increase some of our tax rates. You know, we want to have a great city. I'm originally from Nova Scotia. I came to Toronto as a kid a lot. Back when we used to put money into our public services, it was a city to be proud of. As we're doing more cutbacks, I'm not so proud of that. One reason I left Alberta was to get away from all the constant cutbacks and to see that you want to have a great city, you can't pay American-style Southern taxes and expect Scandinavian-style social services. It's one, you have to make a decision. If you want good services, someone's got to pay for it.
Thank you. Are there questions? No. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Just with our 42 seconds left, just wanted, I just noticed labor in the background there, and the sort of income security is incredibly difficult for many of us to meet. Even myself, I'm like on a number of different patchwork of survival mechanisms, and increased opportunities to income security, income support, and employment is something that we believe the city can help with. We look forward to sharing our ideas with you in the new year.
Thank you. Thank you. Next is Michael Cavanaugh. Welcome, Michael. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity today to speak to the committee. My name is Michael Cavanaugh. I'm director of the Bell Box Murals Project and St. Jamestown Arts. I'm presenting today. Since 2009, local artists from the Bell Box Murals Project have painted 120 murals in 19 Toronto neighborhoods. St. Jamestown Arts was formed by Community Matters Toronto in 2013 in response to the Toronto Arts Foundation, Transforming Communities Through the Art Study. I wanted to address the Budget Committee today on some of the topics around economics and budgets with art, following up on Cindy Rosenboom, some of Cindy's comments about the value of art for the city. As Cindy mentioned, 96% of Torontonians believe that the arts and culture benefit Toronto, and that for every dollar the city grants an annually funded arts organization, over $20 in additional revenue. What is often overlooked is the specific role artists play in revitalizing the overall economic and social health of the neighborhoods. Artists gravitate naturally to underdeveloped neighborhoods where rent is cheaper, especially for studio space. There is often an immigrant or ethnic nature to the neighborhood where restaurants serve cheap meals. And soon there are restaurants and cafes where the artists gather, then galleries, bookstores, secondhand stores continues. Eventually this becomes noticed by the media and is covered in a weekend media feature, and creating more buzz than national retail chains move in, are often followed by upscale residential and condo developments, and eventually the artists can no longer afford to live there and move to other underdeveloped neighborhoods. In Toronto, this has been going on for almost a century. First in what was then known as Gerrard Village, at the north end of what was the Ward, where Ernest Hemingway and writers used to congregate. Then it was Yorkville, then Queen Street West, then up Ossington Avenue, and now in the Junction. And it's similar in every major international city. Artists are the compost worms of urban development, organically improving and adding value to neighborhoods at their own expense. With this in mind, I would respectfully request you to consider, when it comes to the arts budgets, the ongoing return on investment in funding artists in our city. It comes in reduced costs and maintenance as more pride is taken in neighborhoods and vandalism decreases, and I've certainly seen that over the Bell Box Murals project over the years. In increased property values, which increases the tax base, as all these neighborhoods have probably witnessed how they've increased in value over the years. And in reduced social service costs as residents benefit from the general economic and social improvement of their own neighborhoods. Now, I'd love to be able to present you some specific data and research numbers on this, which I don't have. As far as I know, there is no specific study on this, this topic, but I will say that the Toronto Arts Council and the city has done a great job in funding these neighborhood through the Arts Council, through the Toronto Arts Council, through the Lassos, through the Arts and Culture Department. There's a very strong push to empowering and helping artists in specific neighborhoods that has all of this, that creates this value. So I just want to say that, you know, the artists themselves, we're used to this. It's precarious work is a big thing right now. We were pioneers decades ago on this. And that's what we do. So I just want you to, when it comes to looking at the arts funding, I would just ask you to think about some of the repercussions of empowering the artists and allow them to develop these neighborhoods economically in the long run. That's it.
Thank you very much. Questions? Seeing none? Thank you.
Thanks.
Next is Poonam Sharma.
Great.
Just before I begin, Poonam, just want to let the audience members know we were scheduled from 3 to 5 p.m. We're almost at 5 p.m. We're actually going to work through 5. We're going to need, hopefully we can get done by 5:30 or so. But so if you are here, we're going to attempt to try to get to you as soon as possible. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Poonam Sharma. I'm a newcomer artist, and I arrived in Toronto in 2013. Along with establishing myself in a new environment, I have been working very closely with St. Jamestown community. I've been working in a lot of projects with Michael Kamenan, and as an artist, I'm here today to share the micro effect of art in the community. Mostly I will be reinforcing what Cindy from East End Art and Michael have been saying. So thank you very much for the city for supporting arts. Being a newcomer, it is totally a new thing for me to understand art in this new culture. There are a few points that I'd like to share as per my experiences. I don't have much stats being an artist, but I do believe in stories and experiences. So one of them is art funding to nonprofit organizations. That nonprofit organizations have a key role in helping newcomer artists like me. The workshops designed and conducted by the organization are the first door for any newcomer artist to enter this new art environment. The workshops, very small and very impactful workshops, are like grant writing and networking sessions that when we are new to here, we don't know anybody at all. We don't know what is grant. We have heard this for the first time. And then when we know about these workshops, we attend them, they are free for us. We get to know people and the new environment, so we can go ahead and do that. There are a few more things that like art funding grants for emerging new artists. So who have been really like 1 to 3 years here, that falls the category in. So once a newcomer artist is well connected and informed, the micro grants that are $500 to $1,500 are like first step towards their art career in new setup. Now these grants are very crucial in shaping the future of these new emerging artists. They get a platform and recognition that is most needed at this level. I'll share a very small story about my experience that I got BMO Seed Fund Award by Neighborhood Art Network in 2015. And that was first of the grant that I got. It really got me good recognition as well as platform. But what I designed with that was, I I promoted 7 more folk artists to work with me on the project who have never worked, even though they were here for almost like 3 to 4 years. But still they have never worked on any project because they were very shy, they have language constraints, they cannot talk, they don't know English that much. So they worked with me, and it's kind of a ripple effect that happened. Even with a small grant of $1,000, we were 7 people who were working on that and getting platform out of that. So our community knew us, and people appreciated that. Really gave us very lot of confidence. There are a few things that they are still to be done, which I feel as a newcomer artist is upscaling the funding for newcomers when they gain the recognition. So once getting recognized, an artist dedicates more efforts in working and getting on bigger projects. As per my experience, there's however not enough opportunities in the band. The environment becomes extremely competitive, and it's very difficult for an artist to support himself or herself financially. Increase in funding for newcomer artists in this level might be helpful and create more opportunities. So I assume like whoever friends I have in artist they all are low income. They are mostly dependent on their spouse for financial. It's sometimes difficult for them to even pay their rent. They don't have a house for sure, but even for the renting, they are dependent on their spouses. And to help them support in this band, there has to be like a little more funding based on the salaried way maybe, or maybe the benefits that could help them. So for this, I would like to end my deputation and would like to thank City for supporting and ongoing support. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next is Leroy Casanova.
Good afternoon, members of the Budget Committee. My name is Leroy Casanova. I'm Director of Real Estate for Astral Out of Home. I'd just like to thank you for giving me a moment of your time this afternoon. And I'd like to say a few words in regards to the proposed above inflation increase to the TPST. Once again, the recent events in regard to a proposed above inflation increase to the TPST have Astral and other outdoor industry members confused and frustrated. When this item was last addressed at the Executive Committee only 1 month ago, the industry was led to believe that implementation of a possible tax increase would be addressed at the April 2017 Planning and Growth meeting following the completion of a report by staff to determine if an increase to the TPST would be reasonable and fair. It is now our understanding that the Budget Committee is preparing in the coming days to consider an above inflation increase to the TPST, which could be as much as 25% from what we have been advised. I would like to once again bring your attention to your own November 17 Toronto Revenue Strategy Report, where it states clearly that a 25% increase to the TPST would have a high potential to provide significant hardship to the sign industry. I stand before you today to confirm that statement is very accurate and true. An increase of 25% or an above inflation increase at any level to an industry that is already struggling hard to reconcile is, inflation rate of Ontario is roughly 2%. An increase of 25%, if that is the real contemplated figure, is not merely above inflation, it is a massive tax increase. It is a massive tax increase and one the industry would currently have a hard time absorbing. Our businesses will suffer not only in the form of lost sign inventory and jobs, but also take away much needed revenue from the small commercial business owners that rely on the income our rent payments provide. Furthermore, with the loss of substantial sign inventory, the financial gains the tax might initially generate will eventually be neutralized or offset completely, as there will be fewer signs available to tax once the overall sign inventory starts to dwindle. It is our sincere hope that if this committee is preparing to approve an above inflation tax increase, that it thoroughly researches the negative effects it will have on the sign industry. I come before you today to request that your financial team research this matter further before passing a decision that will have tremendous repercussions on an industry that generates millions of dollars in this city in many forms, the most important one being jobs. The sign industry fully respects the city's power and authority to levy taxes. However, it also incumbent upon the city to utilize its taxing powers judiciously, fairly, and we do not get a sense that this is about to take place. I would also like to take the opportunity to remind or advise this committee that MPAC has recently introduced and is in the process of rolling out its own market value assessment tax on properties that contain third-party sign structures, retroactive to 2014. This will add an additional $1.4 million of revenue to the City of Toronto in the coming year. The outdoor sign industry is not like the alcohol or tax industry. It has a breaking point. It simply cannot continue to absorb tax increase after tax increase, especially if it is at the rumored 25% level, and hope to maintain its business. The industry cannot continually ask landlords to take less rent year after year, and advertisers are only prepared to pay so much to advertise on a billboard. I would once again ask this committee to reconsider any above inflation increase to the TPST before our industry reaches a breaking point. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Now, just a quick question. You are aware that City Council did send that item to the Budget Committee, but there are no recommendations at this point on the floor or on the table from Budget to increase the sign tax at all. You just want to you are aware of that?
Well, I was aware, no, I was not aware. I was led to believe that the matter was going to be addressed.
Now, so at this point, so the recommended budget that has come before us, there are no items that you mentioned 25% increase. So there's nothing before the Budget Committee at this point. Not to suggest that that can't be added at some point during the process, but there is nothing before us to suggest that we're going to be raising the tax on the sign tax this year. Just wanted to clarify that with you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just want, but you're
Councillor.
aware that we have a $91 million gap at the moment, and we're looking at a range of things, and I'm sure that's one of them.
I understand you have a $91 million gap, and I appreciate that. The, if the figure was 25%, we estimate it would be about 2.6 million additional tax that the industry would pay. I mean, that's a far cry from the 91 million that you're looking to recoup. To damage an industry for $2.6 million is, in our view, doesn't make sense.
Well, do you have alternatives that your industry?
Well, how does it help the city if you apply an increase that costs jobs? How does that help the city if now more people are looking for work?
So the trouble we've always had with the industry is they've never been forthcoming in terms of actual profits.
We made deputations at executive committee that we were prepared to open our books.
And has that happened?
Nobody has taken us up on the offer.
Well, might I suggest that you be proactive? And frankly, when we hear that one sign, and believe me, you've had many, many digital signs that were not recommended by staff that generate millions of dollars per year per sign along the Gardner.
That's a fallacy.
And there are many of us who have questions about the so-called viability.
May I ask where you get millions of dollars from, please?
Well, I can tell you that there were.
I know the numbers.
Excuse me.
Okay, sorry.
Then show us. That's all I ask. Could you please, my question is, could you please show us your balance sheet, your profits, and why it is you can't pay more in taxes to the City of Toronto?
Excuse me, but back in 2009 when the tax was passed, we did open our books. The industry did, and we were basically told that we cooked the books. So
well, I know
that was the feedback we received.
Okay. Well, I was here then, and I know the debate about the rates, and they were reduced significantly from what staff said was affordable to the industry. So, anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any more questions?
Councillor Burnside actually had a question for you.
Yeah, Councillor Davis's question has motivated me to ask some questions. So, well, and I would like to say that the Leaside Arena is benefiting to the tune of $60,000 a year from a sign, but and neither here nor there. How much tax does the sign industry currently pay? Are you aware of that figure?
Collectively, I believe it's around $11 million a year.
11 million, okay. And on those signs, are they on private property or city property?
The majority on private property.
Private property. So would you say your situation is a unique situation where you're being taxed, well, uniquely for an enterprise on private property?
Yes. I mean, I know taxes are not applied based on revenue, but when we look at our numbers, I believe fair taxation, when you look at your revenue, should be in the area of 3 to 7%
Right.
of
So
your revenue.
Right. So, but yeah, but that's more. I guess my question is, could you give me an example of another industry that operates on private property, and I'm sure there are lots, but that pays a special tax over and above anything else, but levied by the city? We're not talking about the province or the feds, we're talking about by the city.
No, nothing comes to mind.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is David Graham.
Hello, Chair and members of committee. My name is David Graham, and I'm the manager of real estate operations for Clear Channel Outdoor Company Canada. I'd like to reiterate what Mr. Casanova has been saying. I'm here today in opposition to the proposed increase to the Toronto sign tax. Clear Channel recognizes that the city's need for economic reform, but simply leveling a tax on a singular industry without any proper exercise and valuation and impact to the economic well-being of an industry is bad policy and irresponsible politics. Clear Channel will disclose to this committee confidential and demonstrable proof that the proposed tax will cause many of the company's real estate assets to be uneconomical. Let me be clear, what I am saying is that this tax will cause many properties to lose money and ultimately cause the cancellation of agreements due to economic loss. This in turn will result in the termination and removal of signage. While that may not be of concern to the city, what should be is that each of these properties is owned by Toronto tax ratepayers. Not only do they pay property tax, but they also vote. This committee has not taken into account the excessive stress that the proposed tax increase will cause. It has not taken into account that the province of Ontario has legislated an additional property tax on signage. Most of this will be paid for by the out-of-home industry and or by the landlord. This additional tax will add millions of dollars more to Toronto's budget, something that has not been contemplated by this committee. There are many councillors that would be happy to remove all third-party commercial signs based upon their own philosophical belief. This is not shared by the majority of citizens or business owners or the thousands of Toronto residents who make their living in the out-of-home industry. City staff already verified this. But to be clear, causing the demise of an industry through taxation amounts to condemnation, this by itself is illegal. I strongly urge this committee to exercise proper diligence in considering the proposed tax increase. This matter should be directed back to the Planning and Growth Management Committee in April of this year. At this time, it can be better understand the ramifications of this tax. Clearly, signs that are removed as a result of economic hardship and loss will not generate sign tax or additional property tax. This is counterproductive to what the city wishes to achieve. Clear Channel and its competitors are prepared to work with the city to find solutions in economic needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Davis.
Yes, Ms. Davis.
Is Clear Channel prepared to disclose its profits and annual statements?
We are prepared to have a discussion and to get to some clarity, yes. We'd explain what I find is until people truly understand the industry, there are some things that you see and don't see that happen behind the scenes.
Clear Channel making a profit?
Sure, we're all here to make a profit.
Maybe you can share that. What was your profit in 2016?
I'd be happy to talk to you about it on a different occasion and talk to you about how we make a profit, how we generate profit, how we work with the community. I'd be more than happy to sit down and talk to you about that.
You can't tell us how much your company made in profits last year?
Well, I mean, are you talking about Toronto? Are we talking about Canada? Where are we talking?
Maybe the company. Whatever.
See, I don't want to talk the sky numbers. I'd rather be direct with you, Councillor Davis, and if you have a question like that, I'm more than happy to email you.
I'm happy to meet with you if you want to show me.
I'm happy to spend that time.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here to provide clarity. I think that's required. And if there's an understanding of what we do, better understand what you do, we can get to a conclusion that makes sense for both of us. I'm pretty simple that way.
Okay. I mean, one of the things that we've seen is that there just continues to be an insatiable appetite for more and more signs within the City of Toronto.
And
But
by the
we-
way, that is something that's around the world. I mean, as much as in Toronto, and you see how digital signage and new technology and how communications changed. And so that's going to happen, and that's going to occur, and how we do it, and how we do it as a smart city, and how we help to educate each other is how it's going to make Toronto a brilliant
It's
city.
called a sign bylaw that your companies seem to want to violate or get exempt from. But anyway, I don't want to get into it.
No, you
I'm
know
happy
what?
to have a meeting and
Love
hear
to have a
about
meeting.
your bottom line sometime.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Thank you very much. Oh, Councillor Burnside.
So, I just want to be clear here. So, when you guys go for exemptions to bylaws, that you're doing it. There's a process in place, correct?
Correct.
So
Yes.
So you're following the rules.
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you. Profit sharing is. This seems to be the direction this debate about signs is going. Can you name some other businesses in the city? Like, are there restaurants where the city gets involved in profit sharing?
Restaurants?
Yeah, well, my point is opening up the books, how much profit you make, how much tax we're going to take, what our take is in this when it's on private property.
Right.
I'm asking, are there any other businesses where we go into that depth of wanting to know exactly what you make so that we can take our cut, which is essentially a profit sharing scheme?
Right. I can't think of anything
Okay, that's good. Thanks.
myself, but appreciate the question. I'll try to find the answer.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next is Roseanne Caron, or Karen.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to come and speak to you. I am Roseanne Caron. I'm president of OMAC, the Out of Home Marketing Association of Canada. I'm also here to speak to you about the third-party sign tax. The out-of-home advertising industry competes in a very competitive media landscape. Any increases in the TPST cannot simply be passed along in advertising rate increases to our clients. I'd like to share comments from two organizations with respect to this, and I am going to attach their letters as part of my submission. The first is from Judy Davey, who is Vice President of Media Policy and Marketing Capabilities of the Association of Canadian Advertisers. The ACA is a national not-for-profit association which serves the interests of advertisers. They represent over 200 companies and divisions who collectively account for an estimated annual sales of $300 billion. So Judy's letter, she says, we are writing to the City of Toronto Budget Committee on behalf of many large and small Canadian businesses that advertise via traditional mass media billboards to let you know that advertisers will not accept a tax increase on city billboards and will choose to invest their budgets elsewhere. Advertisers have a great deal of choice when executing their marketing campaigns, and the combination of targeting ability, environment, and cost effectiveness are important considerations. Like the City of Toronto, advertisers are under enormous pressure to spend wisely, and lately, in many cases, reduce their year-over-year advertising expenditures. At the same time, there is a massive trend to increase spend in digital, where the opportunity to advertise is virtually unlimited. In this mass migration to digital media, traditional mass media billboards' share of ad spend is already threatened. The proposed increase to the billboard tax of 25% would be unacceptable to our members, whose ad budgets are already stretched. We anticipate a significant number of them would seek other opportunities, likely including global media companies such as Google and Facebook, resulting in a significant rollback to billboard advertising in Toronto. For billboards in the City of Toronto to remain a viable media choice, we strongly recommend that the city not increase the billboard tax. And she also mentions they're available to meet with you to discuss this further. The second letter is from Janet Callahan, who is president of the Canadian Media Directors Council. The CMDC is also a national not-for-profit association, and they represent the media management agencies which purchase over 80% of all the media across Canada. In the interest of time, I'm just going to read the last paragraph of her letter. City Hall is seeking to leverage incremental taxes from a traditional media segment in out-of-home signage, which today is competing with highly targeted and mobile advertising. Significantly increasing taxes on the out-of-home industry will create a competitive disadvantage and only make it more difficult for the industry to survive and thrive. Since the introduction of the TPST, we estimate that 250 boards have been taken down
You'll have
due
to
to
wrap up,
economic
please.
non-viability, which results in a tax revenue for the City of Toronto. So there's a lot at stake here. So on behalf of my members, I ask that you carefully consider the impact that an above inflationary increase would have on the out-of-home industry. I respectfully ask that any increases are as prescribed in the bylaw.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you.
Thanks.
Next is Randy Otto.
Excuse me, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. My name is Randy Otto. I'm the president of Patterson Outdoor Advertising. Last fall, the City of Toronto's consideration of greater than inflationary increase in the TPST tax was raised in a city staff report that asked whether the third-party sign tax could generate additional revenue and continue to be fair. That statement in the staff report implies that the third-party sign tax has been a fair tax on our industry. So can we define fair? The Toronto City Staff report to Council in 2010, justifying the initial tax rates in the Toronto tax, stated the tax would range from the deemed equivalent of less than 3% to 7% of the estimated gross annual revenues across all sign classes. If that were true, I would concur the tax is fair, and the range quoted in the staff report would be consistent with that of even Philadelphia's billboard tax of 7% of revenues, the highest tax rate in North America for billboards. However, and I can only speak for Patterson Outdoor Advertising, here are the facts of our company that I wish the committee to consider. In 2016, with the reality of the impact of the rapid growth from online advertising, the competitive nature of all media sales in 2016 has resulted in the average Patterson billboard generating 6% less revenue than it did in 2015. The current third-party sign tax today, as a percentage of our Toronto outdoor sign revenue, and this is before any of the greater than inflationary increase, is 22%. This represents 3 to 4 times the fairness threshold defined by city staff. In fact, only 13 of our billboards in Toronto had a tax bill that equated to less than 7% of the revenue generated by the board in 2016. What this means is even before the proposed 25% increase in tax, the 42% of our billboards did not generate enough revenue to pay the landlord's lease cost and the third-party sign tax, let alone sales commissions, operating costs, and other ancillary costs. And for the first time in 2016, there's also a property tax which MPAC has assessed on the same outdoor structures for which the TPST is charged. This new MPAC tax assessed tax results in Toronto being the only place in Canada where the municipality taxes the same outdoor advertising structures twice. For our company, the outcome means that money-losing structures will have to be removed. Landlords will no longer be paid lease fees, and our operations and sales staff will have less inventory to sell and maintain. There is a direct economic impact to the city if we remove over 300 unprofitable signs as well. Their removal will result in a $1.6 million drop in Patterson's annual TPST payments, not the $1 million in tax growth that the staff report to the Budget Committee might suggest. Landlords whose businesses are located in your wards would be even harder hit. The removals will take over $3.5 million annually out of their pockets. And while the TPST was initiated to help fund the arts, I want you to remember that our industry supports arts and charities in our city directly. Last year, Patterson Outdoor alone donated over $1.5 million in advertising space to support arts and cultural activities in Toronto. The reduction of our inventory will make our commitment to support such organizations simply unaffordable to go forward. In 2010, the outdoor advertising industry presented an independently audited report to the City of Toronto detailing what the impact of the TPST would be to our companies. At that time, the city chose to disregard that report, believing their own estimates, rather than our facts of industry revenue were more reliable. In fact, one city staff referred to our report as a bogus report. To suggest that we, through an independent third-party accounting firm, would provide bogus facts was at that time and still is offensive to us. Our company's audited statements and those of the other outdoor industry companies in Toronto are accepted everywhere, including by the TTC in support of our annual statement of revenue. As a senior executive of Patterson Outdoor, I'm once more offering to fully open our financial records to inspection by the city's budget committee so that the facts that are presented here today are confirmed by city staff. If the city is sincere in having an objective of taxation fairness, I encourage you to accept my invitation. I understand that such a review is not without precedent. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you very much. Next is June Hall.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is June Hall. I'm the manager of Main Square Daycare for over 29 years. Main Square is a nonprofit charitable childcare facility operating on the corner of Main and Danforth Avenue. We're directed by a board of directors made up of parents who use the service. Childcare is necessary to the growth of the economy. Childcare subsidies are an integral part of the growth. We are concerned about cuts to childcare subsidies. We are disappointed in no new subsidies in the 2007 budget. 125 spaces were approved last year in 2016. We're the remaining 75 spaces. Main Square Daycare operates out of a large high-rise building complex at Main and Danforth. There are 1,123 apartment units within the complex. 54% of our families in those units make less than $40,000. 26% of those families make under $26,000 in income. To put that in perspective, it would cost just over $26,000 for one infant and one toddler for a year in our childcare program. Our center relies heavily on childcare subsidies. Last September 2016, placement stopped on the Friday before school started, and we were left with 17 empty toddler and preschool spaces, resulting in staff layoffs and severe cuts of over $70,000 over a 4-month period, which we're still recovering from. I deputed at 2 separate occasions in the fall of 2016 to the Community Development and Recreation Committee about the crisis unfolding in Toronto in the childcare community. I presented a petition on behalf of parents and programs that stated very clearly families need financial support to access good childcare. Our centers need subsidies to remain financially viable. We requested action to support families, centers, and communities. We are shocked that the city is proposing cuts to childcare. We can't cut $1 to childcare. Today we are requesting to increase the childcare budget to match the provincial increase of 3%. That the city follows through on its commitment to fill the remaining 75 spaces approved in the 2016 budget. No cuts to childcare subsidies, more subsidy childcare spaces for families who need them. Thank you to the chair, the budget committee, and council. The childcare community will be observing the voting on this highly important issue for families and childcare centers in the City of Toronto.
I have a copy of the petition with me. I did provide it to Community Development and Recreation Committee, but I can also leave one for budget.
Thank you. Councillor Davis has a question.
I'm not sure if you've seen it, June. Thank you for coming. But there was a report released today on the agenda of Community Development and Recreation, in which it looks at the proportion of subsidies to licensed spaces that compares it to before full-day kindergarten was started and now, so between 2010 and 2016. And in 2010, if we were to maintain the same proportion, 44.8% of the spaces were subsidized. Now it's down to 37.6%. And if we were to have the same proportion of fee subsidies to licensed capacity, it would be 4,918,000 more spaces required just to get us to the same proportion as 2010. So essentially it's saying we have fewer spaces across the system than we did in 2012 proportionally. And I'm wondering if that is what you think might be at the heart of the vacancies that you experience.
Absolutely. You cannot expand a system without funding it. You're robbing Peter to pay Paul. And what essentially happened is a lot of older children got subsidized care through the expansion of the 4- and 5-year-olds, so there was no money to provide funding for the spaces of the children who were under 3.8 years of age. And the money ran out in September. My program lost 17 children, and we're back up now. I'm 4 away from licensed capacity right now, but it's taken us a long haul to get back. So if we're facing 2.6% budget cuts in childcare, I can't even begin to tell you what's going to happen next year. Is it going to happen in March, in April, when the system shuts down? I don't know. But I will tell you, as a registered early childhood educator and a manager for the many years that I've been in this field, I have never seen anything like what I saw last year. Never.
Okay. So there are many more spaces, licensed spaces out there as a result of the kindergarten growth.
Right.
But virtually no new subsidies.
Yeah.
The provincial government didn't provide any subsidy money for that expansion, as I recall. Is that correct? Do you know?
I'm not sure about that. Maybe Jane at the Toronto Coalition could answer that question. But, logic says that, you cannot expand and provide more childcare spaces with the same money. You can't. You can't. You're robbing one area to cover off another.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ray Guyot. That was going to be my second choice.
Hi, my name is Ray Guyot. I'm a former accountant, and I've been retired for a number of years after my wife passed away. And I am here representing myself. I'm a homeowner in Toronto. But for the past 6.5 years, I have volunteered my services to Harmony Hall, which has over 1,000 members. Now, a lot of our members, I'm not talking as Harmony Hall, I'm talking about as me, that I would help are applying for the property tax cancellation rebate program. The problem with that is that if you take the husband and wife's income, add them together, it goes over the $38,570, maybe just by a few $1,000s. So what I end up doing is just applying for, and they would qualify for the water rebate, which is approximately $70, $80. My question to you is, I would really, really, really like the city to increase the threshold from $38,570 to equal what you're giving for the water, which is $50,000. If you did that, there would be an awful lot of our members that I deal with that would qualify. Now, one example is that I have a family. Last year, their taxes went up $771. The year before that, it went up $564. Now, these people are just scraping by now. If I could get them on this program, which apparently there's only 5,000 people taken advantage of to start with, this would really take away some of the tension in the family. I've got to the point where where they don't qualify, I have to give them a list of local food banks. I tell them where they can get a hot meal, which in our area would be by the neighborhood link, and it would be at 10 Gower every Thursday night they would get a hot meal. So a lot of them are going to that because they can't afford to go beyond that. And because we're talking to seniors in their 80, they want to die at home. They don't want to die in a nursing home surrounded by strangers. So if they can keep themselves in their home, they are happy, even if they're just scraping by. Okay, that's the biggest one on my list. The second thing is dental cleaning for seniors. A lot of them qualify for that. The problem is you're only allowed, and I can't understand the logic on this one cleaning in a lifetime. A lifetime. That's it. That will cause all kinds of problems for their health. Periodontitis, gum disease, goes on and on. So when I talk to the city at these clinics, they say, we go down to the schools and they will help you out and you pay $30 and you get your teeth cleaned. I said, that's great, but this is a disabled person or a person that finds it very difficult to get around, and to go down to this school, they're going to spend on average 4 hours to get their teeth cleaned because they're being studied. They're getting x-rays, they're getting a lot of work done that they don't need, they just need a cleaning. And a normal cleaning at going to a dentist is $100. Now that's a lot of money to a low-income senior. So what I would like to see, if possible, is for you to expand cleanings at least once a year at the City of Toronto dental clinics, okay? One of the other things is that Rob Ford, God bless him, cut back the pressures on the water coming into the house, that under the old regime in 2014, a couple of our neighbors, they would have qualified for the replacement of the galvanized line going up to the house. But because they're now revised the pressures, they no longer qualify, so they can't get that subsidy from the city. Okay, so what I would really like, and so would a lot of other people in our area, to go back to the 2014 PSI ratings. Okay?
I think we're up to the 5 minutes now.
Oh, well, okay, all right.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Quick question, I have one for you. So you mentioned going from $38,000 to $50,000 sounds reasonable. I think, again, I think we could look at that. But you work with a lot of seniors who really have a lot of problems, sort of I wouldn't say managing the money, but again, with
they have no money to manage.
So we have heard a number of deputants come up to us suggesting that we should be raising property taxes, 4, 5, 6% to equal the GTA average, which is a lot more understandable than Toronto. So from your experience with the seniors that what's the impact if we all of a sudden raise property taxes by 5, 6, 7% over a number of years?
It would be devastating to them, okay, I'll just tell you that, unless they could qualify for that rebate. then it would take away the burden. You would give them the burden and then take it away. But only if I could get them up to $50,000 or $60,000 like the water.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Davis?
Currently, the tax deferral program has an eligibility of 50,000. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, but they're not really wanting that.
Okay, but I'm just saying.
Yeah,
it's
I tell them about it,
Yeah.
and they're not really wanting that because they're paranoid. This is a burden on the family when they sell the house or when they die. It has ripple effects.
Okay, I just want you to.
They're more interested in,
The cancellation.
correct.
Right, and that's at 38.
It's 38,570,
Yeah,
and the water's 50.
50, right, like the deferral program.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you for your time.
Next is Jennifer. Yeah, appreciate the work. Jennifer Story.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you to the members of the committee here today for the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Jennifer Story, and I'm the trustee for Toronto Danforth for the Toronto District School Board. And I'm here today to talk about what others have also raised, which is the proposed elimination of the child care occupancy grants, and as well to the cuts to 75 new subsidized child care spaces that were originally proposed for this coming year. And if I have time left, I'll also speak a little bit about the S.H. Armstrong proposed pool closure. This is not an abstract issue. This is a change that will directly impact low and middle income families, and without a doubt will make child care, licensed care specifically in our city, more expensive and less accessible. These occupancy grants cover costs in all 4 school boards, the English and French public and Catholic boards. Without this grant, we, the boards, would be forced to recover these costs from child care centers, who will in turn be forced to recover these costs directly from parents. And this is following a recent demand study in Toronto that showed that over 75% of families in Toronto already see child care costs as out of reach. That number will only go up with these occupancy grant cuts. The elimination of occupancy grants would mean that these fees would have to be recovered from the 60% of children in care who are not receiving subsidies. This is absolutely the wrong direction to take, and these cuts will only take us in the absolute wrong direction. With 18,000 children, as mentioned earlier, currently on the wait list for subsidized childcare in Toronto, freezing the number of childcare spaces, subsidized childcare spaces, while making school-based care more costly will make quality care less accessible for more families at a time when the province is looking at and has proposed expanding childcare across the province by about 100,000 spaces and in the next 5 years. And the Ministry of Education has specifically said that they expect to see a minimum of 2,000 new school-based spaces. I just want to speak a little bit about why childcare in schools and why that relationship really matters. I don't think, I'm probably speaking to the converted in this room, but childcare in schools makes sense for a whole bunch of reasons. In particular, making the continuity of learning for our children, starting possibly at infancy all the way up to school age, entering the school system with exposure to the school environment, maximizing those learning opportunities in a safe environment offered by trained educators at ECEs, and in a space that relates to their upcoming school experience. Means that our children, particularly our most vulnerable children, have a much greater chance of success when they reach school age. Now, I know that you're probably thinking, why the city and why not the Ministry of Education? We know that the ministry is now responsible for childcare. It's now under their purview, and that is an important conversation we need to have. I would strongly urge, however, council to stay in the game, to continue to support, by virtue of these occupancy grants, childcare in schools, and invite the province to the table to talk about the longer term. That's the conversation we need to be having. As a member of the City School Board's Advisory Committee, I encourage that work to happen there, to happen with other councillors, and I would say that the TDSB would be happy to join council in calling on the provincial government to have, in my view, an adult conversation about how we fund childcare in schools. But until that happens, until that void is met, we need the city desperately to stay in this role and to continue to provide those occupancy grants. The school board is a proud partner in building and supporting early learning and childcare, but we need to do that jointly with the city and with the province. And in the last 30 seconds, I just want to speak briefly about the S.H. Armstrong pool cut proposal, which Mark Richardson earlier spoke very eloquently about. I can tell you that as a trustee in the neighborhood that represents people who use the facility, I've received no less than 125 emails in the last 48 hours on this issue, and I can tell you that that community is just getting started. That pool is used widely, and as the previous deputant outlined, the occupancy or the usage numbers don't tell the whole story. We don't account properly for usage of that pool by students in the overall picture of how the facility is used. I can also say that
we're actually we're at 5 minutes, so
okay.
I want to
if I could just add one small little
quickly.
point that it is confounding to people in the community who use that pool how they schedule and offer programming at the site. There are many nights where there's no programming and others where it's over capacity, over full, and it's hard for kids to learn. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Fragedakis has a question.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Jennifer, you mentioned that children who get childcare in a school have a strong foundation for future success. I was wondering if you could elaborate on that a little bit.
Well, I think by having childcare offered in the school, kids become more familiar with the school environment. It's not a surprise to them when they reach kindergarten, so transition is much more smooth. And the relationships develop not just between the kids, but also between the children and the staff. The vision that was articulated in the Pascal report a number of years ago around full-day kindergarten talked at great length about this, about the opportunity we have, and we still have, I think, as a city and as a province, to move towards a greater integration and a greater degree of seamlessness all the way through from infancy to school age, and that support is the kind of support our families need and want. And the reality is that the school day ending at 3:30 isn't really what makes sense for our families, and school starting at age 5 or at JK also doesn't necessarily make sense in the overall scheme of things. Our kids start learning from the day they're born, and providing opportunities particularly for working families to expose their kids to learning opportunities earlier rather than later can only be good for all of us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thanks for coming, Jennifer. I wanted to ask you, or Trustee Story, sorry. I wanted to ask you about the cost per square foot and the impact. We heard today there was one childcare center where the costs were going to be $35,000, I believe. And right now, the school board gives the city a preferred rate of $6.40. Is that?
My understanding is it's $6.50 per square foot. But newer centers that have come online since have been charged the $11, $11.08, I think was the number mentioned earlier, rate. So 80%, I believe it's around 80% of spaces are in centers that are paying the $6.50 rate at this point, the vast majority.
Yes, right. So if they went to, my calculation is if they went to $11.05, instead of it being $1.35 a day and $350 a year, it would be $600 a year if it went to the regular rate. Does that sound like I'm in the ballpark?
Yeah, that's one consideration in calculating, and we're hopeful that the council will make the right decision and we won't have to levy that increased charge. We won't be seeing our families see somewhere between a $300 and $600 per child per year increase. But yes, some centers are calculating the number higher because it also relates to the amount of square footage that they use. So the impact will be higher, and it'll be disproportionate, and that will increase the unfairness and inequity in all of this as well.
Right. So this TDSB does not get funding for childcare space.
That's correct. We receive our grants, our funding on a per student basis for JK to grade 12 education only.
And I believe we actually have taken a position on this matter, at least the City of Toronto has. Did the TDSB take the same position to call on the provincial government to fund childcare space in schools? Do you recall?
I believe that's our general our general position.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's something the Joint Committee is pursuing actively.
Absolutely.
So you're saying bridge until there is a solution.
Correct. I think it's very important to get the province to the table, and no one at the TDSB thinks that the provincial government's role is irrelevant here. But we on behalf of the parents of the children and the guardians of the children in our schools, ask council to stay, to continue to maintain the funding for occupancy grants until that important conversation can be had with the province.
And the same situation exists for pools, that pools are not recognized in the funding formula.
That's correct. I mean, the reality is that 20 years ago, when school boards lost the ability to raise their own revenues, and we introduced a funding formula that's wholly inadequate, particularly for capital and space-related issues and the maintenance and repair of those spaces, the school boards are stuck in a situation where every penny for community use, we go cap in hand, and the province doesn't often fill the void. So until and unless that revenue generation option is returned to school boards, partnerships with municipalities are essential, and we would love to join you in getting the province to the table and talking about those two issues.
I'm glad you raised, and so did Mr. Richardson, the issue of the number of swims that take place in those pools outside of the city's uses. I recall when we did have a joint task force on pools, I think it was around 2005, that there was 1.2 million swims that were in those school-based joint facilities in city-run programs, and 2.1 million swims per year in schools, hours. So that's twice as many kids are learning to swim during the school day when they are doing it as part of the physical education program. And we are now supporting the Swim to Survive program in partnership. Those are all important.
We need a question?
Yes, those are all important. Swimming is an important skill for young children to acquire. Wouldn't you agree?
I would absolutely agree.
Thank you. That's
Thank
the
you.
whole 5 minutes right there. Councillor Burnside.
Thank you. So I'm a little bit confused. 3 questions. The goal, I guess, ultimately is affordable childcare, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Currently, in 80% of the schools with this occupancy fee, or grant, or whatever you want to call it, the TDSB is being paid by the city $6.50 was it per square foot?
That's correct.
Okay. So if we end this, and that seems to cover the cost, I guess. Is that correct?
No, I don't think it.
But it seems to be acceptable.
The city made the decision to cap that amount. That's not what the.
But it's working.
Well, you know, it's working. Every year the TDSB struggles to pass it to cover its own budgetary costs. So I wouldn't say, you know, if we were to do a calculation, it'd be interesting to know if it covered maintenance of the space, heating, utilities, et cetera, all the fixed costs on a per square footage basis. I'm skeptical that 650 covers, but it's the issue at hand right now is not the TDSB's budget. We're not here to talk about that. We're talking about the impact on childcare centers. So.
Yeah, absolutely. But I guess what I'm saying is if you're asking us to continue it,
right,
presumably it's working on some level.
Yes.
Okay. So why would the TDSB, if we stop this agreement, or stop paying, or whatever you want to say, why would they raise it to $11?
Well, I never said that we would.
Well, that's the number everyone's bandying about.
That is the
inflating
fixed, that
these
is the
numbers.
general lease rate on a per square footage basis. And that's the rate that we're required to charge for centers that aren't covered by the occupancy grants right now.
So you'd be required, so you're telling me you will be required to charge that, you won't have a
No,
choice.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we're gonna have to, if the occupancy grant agreement's gone, then we're gonna have to look with fresh eyes at the whole arrangement. And I don't know what that's gonna look like. The TDSB budget process will be coming up in the new year. So I think my understanding what Councillor Davis is saying is it depends on where that number lands, but that's not been determined. If we were to assume, and I would certainly hope that the 650 number would remain in place, then we would be looking still at an impact, minimum impact on parents of $300
Right, okay.
per child per year.
Okay, so that gives me my next question. So if I asked staff this, and you know, you'd be an expert, Councillor Davis is an expert, I'm not an expert, so I'm asking questions here.
Yeah.
I asked staff, and I've been led to believe, and maybe you can confirm this, that for those parents who have children that are subsidized, this will not affect them.
Well, actually, my understanding is that it won't affect them directly, but it'll affect the city, and that's why there's not a net gain just by canceling the occupancy.
Sorry, I just want to get through this. It will,
because the rates will go up for everyone, including subsidized spaces, so that will come out of the city's coffers.
Right, but that's our problem, not yours. Back to your thing about whose budget we're talking about. So it won't affect the children who are subsidized. So what we're really talking about here are currently out of let's use the number 100% of the people who are not formally subsidized, they haven't done whatever means test we do, they haven't gone through that. 35% of those unsubsidized children are in TDSB schools. 65% are in other locations. So the way it's being presented to me is that for those people who have children that are not formally subsidized, because we haven't looked at incomes or done any of that, 65%, those 65% that aren't in TDSB schools are paying the full pop. The other 35% that are in TDSB schools are effectively being subsidized without any sort of test as to whether or not they need to be subsidized.
I'm not sure where you're getting the number of 35. Are you talking about?
But just the number of children that are in TDSB.
Just in TDSB or in school-based programs?
I'm talking about the occupancy grant, that are subject to this occupancy grant provision.
Well, I question those numbers because I've been informed that the vast majority of childcare spaces are actually located in schools.
Okay, so irrespective of whether it's 35%, 65%, I'm getting this from staff. I can only trust them, but irrespective of that, it's essentially what's happening is we're essentially subsidizing childcare spaces for people who have not been vetted for subsidies. Would it not make more sense to take that money and apply it to families that actually we know that there's a bona fide need for a subsidy if we were to do something like that?
Well, I think that's a false dichotomy to separate those two things, frankly.
Why?
I think, why? Because I think we both...
Question.
Sorry?
That's my last
That's
question.
your last question, so you can finish your answer. I just wanted to know that was his last question.
Well, because I think we need both. I think that the reality is that we need targeted subsidies for low-income, means-tested families as the system is built currently, and we need to provide, we need to cover the cost of childcare spaces located in schools until, like I said, until the province comes to the table to figure out how to do that. To figure out how to fill that gap. I don't think it's reasonable to say that one is more valid than the other.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. So I just want to go on what Councilor Burnside was saying, just sort of clarify, but the numbers seem to be a bit confusing for everybody. So as I understand, 100% of all the daycares in this city, there's an amount, I forget what the amount is, but 35% of those daycares are actually in schools in the 4 different school boards. 65%, this is the number I'm hearing. So out of all the daycares we have in the city, 35% of them are in our schools, 65% are outside. That's the number that I've understood.
I'm not sure that's accurate. That's not what I've.
Well, anyway, regardless, there are my point is there are a certain percentage of daycares that are in schools, a certain percentage that are not in schools. I don't want to fight it. But my question is, do you think that it is fair that we give a subsidy or grant to some parents who are lucky enough to get their kids into a school, a daycare, which is a wonderful, I know people who are that lucky to get in there because they'd rather be in there. So we give them a subsidy or grant, but a parent who has a daycare just down the street is not getting that subsidy, is not getting the grant, just because their kids are not in the school. Do you think that is fair?
Well, I question the logic of calling it a subsidy to an individual parent because it's actually money to cover the operating cost of a child care center. So you're in effect providing stability to child care centers
I understand, but let me correct you. You've also stated that, because you've talked about individual parents, you said, well, it's going to cost an individual parent $350 extra a month. So you've actually talked about the individuality of a parent and what it's going to be cost. So I'm just trying to, and that's why I use my comparison of, is it fair that we should be charging one parent who has a kid who goes to a school, in a school, and not charging a parent who has a kid outside or just down the street? And I just wanted to know if that is fair. There's an inequity there, is really what I'm saying, between how we charge. And I just want to know if it's fair.
So fair enough. And in the long term, I agree that we need, like I said, an adult conversation about how we fund childcare spaces in schools. In the meantime, however, no matter how we got here, no matter where you stand and whether or not that funding arrangement is fair or equitable or inequitable or unjust, regardless of how we got here, the reality is to pull these funds out now will cause instability in the sector, will raise costs for parents who already have determined and have told us time and time again childcare is out of reach, and will increase costs immediately to families who just can't afford it. So let's continue this grant until we figure out a proper arrangement with the ministry and we get the ministry to the table. But until that happens, the childcare sector can't afford the instability that this is going to create, and our families can't afford it.
Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. Part of I hadn't realized something that came up in your questioning, in your questions from Councillor Davis. So it's about 1.4 million the city stands to save for 6 months. Let's use the 6-month number. And the cost per square foot is $6.50, but that could, once the TDSB looks at it, to go up to the real price of what it is now per square foot of $11.50. So and you're saying that, and I actually think I knew this, but it didn't click this way in my head, that this additional cost won't be borne by by fee paying. By subsidized spots, correct?
The additional cost will mean that rates will go up entirely. The centers will have to charge higher rates. That means the cost of subsidized spaces is going to go up for the city as well.
The city's going to have to pay the difference in the subsidized rate. Now, try to follow.
That's correct.
Try to follow this in my head. So I did a number here. So if the cost of the space doubled, which could just shy of double from $6.50 to $11.50. The cost for over the 6-month period would go from the savings to the city would be 1.4 million, but the cost would be 2.8, 2.6-ish. If for 37% of the spots, which are subsidized across the system, we're paying that difference, that's about $1 million. We're having this entire conversation for $300,000, and that $300,000 that the city's going to save is going to cost those other parents $1.5 million. Maybe in the form of a question.
That's the immediate. But it's important to note also that the budget numbers for this coming year represent the phasing in of these, or phasing out rather, of the occupancy grants. So those numbers will be even higher on both sides of the equation over time. Because when I know for the TDSB side, when all of it is phased out, it'll be about a $4 million cost that'll be passed on.
And it's only gonna save the city a couple $100,000. Thank you.
Any other questions? I think we all ask questions. We all ask questions. So. Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
We have a few procedural, we have a couple of minutes here. We have some procedural matters that we have to follow to end one meeting, begin another meeting. I know there are a number of people who are now coming for the 6 p.m. Deputation list. So give me just 1 sec. So we need to do it right at 6 p.m. So there are, at this present, I just want to make sure, is there, just raise your hands if you're still here. Is Judy Gilbert, Sally Bliss, Paul Codd, and Molly Saunders. Okay, so those 4 people, what we're going to do is we're going to recess in about 1 minute. We're going to extend the meeting. You actually don't even need to know what the procedural matters are, but we're going to give you the ability to come back, and we're going to continue with those last 4 deputations, and then we will continue with, I believe we have 9 registered deputants for the evening, and then they will follow after the 4. So we'll be able to listen and hear everybody, but we'll probably finish, around 7:30, something like that. So if you could just bide with us for about 1 or 2 minutes, and then we're going to take about a 10-minute recess. We need to just take a break. We've been working since 3, so we just need a 10-minute break. We'll come back and we'll get everybody all completed. It's now 6 p.m., so can I have a motion to extend BV 13.1 to finish hearing from the registered speakers? Councillor Layton has moved that. All in favor, opposed, carried. Just a motion to recess. Councillor Burnside, all in favor, opposed, carried. I'd like to, not yet. I'd like to call BV 14 to order, 6 p.m. All in favor, opposed, that's carried. Are the declarations of interest in the Municipal Interest Act? Seeing none, that's great. I'd like to move a motion to recess until BV 13 is complete. Councillor Layton? Yes. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So we are now in recess. We'll be taking a 10-minute break, and we'll be coming back finishing with the last 4. So 10 minutes. Okay, welcome everybody. And I appreciate the opportunity to have a 10 or 15-minute break. We are ready to begin just finishing up some of the deputations from the 3 to 6 round, and then we'll be beginning with the evening. So I want to thank everybody for coming who weren't here in the afternoon. I think there are 9, 10, 11 deputants who are registered. So I appreciate your opportunity to come to speak to the Budget Committee, or the Subcommittee of the Budget Committee. There are 3 of us, Councillor Burnside, Councillor Layton, and myself. Councillor Janet Davis is the local council who is just visiting. So the members and the 6 o'clock subcommittee meeting will have an opportunity, or the residents will have an opportunity to speak to us and on their concerns on the 2017 operating budget. But we're gonna just work our way down the list. Next will be Judy Gilbert to speak. Judy, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors, city staff, friends, fellow residents. Wow, these people work hard. So everybody's been working very, very hard with complex issues and struggling with them, our councillors and our staff, for the 3 hours that I've been here, and still have a ways to go. So thank you very much, councillors and staff. So we're all here because we want Toronto to be a good city. We care about where we live. We care about the people we share the city with. We care about social issues and, yes, environmental issues. Getting more people on transit and on bikes and out of automobiles. We care about getting the infrastructure in place in view of the anticipated and becoming more real climate change events.
And we know that it costs money, and we struggle together. Good people trying to make good things happen. So we've just welcomed 2017, and I'm sure that many of us are more troubled about this upcoming year than we have in previous years. I've felt somewhat downcast. In fact, more than that, I hear about Syria, and I hear about fires in Alberta, and I hear about killings by police in the United States, and I don't need to go on because it's really troubling all of us. Then I got recently a ray of light. A friend reminded me that the American Federation leaves the default power in the individual states. So the individual states do have power. For example, California is going ahead with solar power and even installing it in the homes of people without money, the most vulnerable in the event of a catastrophic climate event. It's reassuring to think that there are good people doing good things everywhere. So if the federal government in the United States drops the ball, at least we have that going for us. On hearing this, I was cheered up. After all, even in Canada, not all the power is in the federal government. We've had already 3 provinces putting a price on carbon. We got rid of that coal-fired plant and can literally see the results every day as smog has diminished. What good people working at the provincial and municipal levels do can and does make a big difference. Our mayor, John Tory, attended the climate summit for the local leaders at COP21, the Paris climate talks. He signed the Paris City Hall Declaration along with other mayors from around the world, committing to achieve an 80% reduction in Toronto's greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. Don't you just want to exhale with relief? Finally knowing that some action is going to happen here in Toronto. A city staff team, Transform Toronto, was given the responsibility of setting up a plan that would support that goal, and they produced the Transform TO short and long-term plan report, as I understand. It was adopted by the council in December, but now must be considered for funding in this budget. This afternoon I heard very, very compelling stories of what was necessary to the real cost of poverty and what's necessary to reduce it, the children's issues, other very compelling human stories.
You'll have to wrap up. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So it's very tempting to say, okay, so the climate thing, it'll have to wait till next year. But it can't. We can't fall into that trap. It's not as emotionally compelling, but we have to go ahead. We've got the plan. The plan is there. It's good. It's the result of good thinking. We have to find a way to fund it.
Thank you.
Like your previous people, we encourage you to find alternative income aggressively.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
you. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Judy. Next is Sally Bliss.
Hi, 2 previous deputants spoke on the same issue, Mark Richardson and briefly Trustee Jennifer Story. My name is Sally Bliss. I live in Ward 32. I'm here to urge you not to cut all aquatic programs at S.H. Armstrong Community Centre. I urge you to show your commitment to a healthy and safe Toronto for all residents by investing in this community asset with renewed vigor. My 2 children attend Duke of Connaught Public School, which is attached to S.H. Armstrong, and they do benefit from weekly swimming as part of their school program. Truth be told, however, they would continue to become excellent swimmers without the S.H. Armstrong and Duke pool. But not all their neighbors and classmates would. This is because I have the privilege of time, resources, and background knowledge to make this happen. When my community pool doesn't have a space in a class at a convenient time, I can drive to another location or pay to attend a private swim club. I've taught high school phys ed in Ward 30 to new immigrants for for 16 years, I'm not that old. And the majority of my teenage students arrive without knowing how to swim. The school where I teach doesn't have a pool. We've had at least one summer vacation drowning in Lake Ontario. We try very hard to connect our newcomer families with community swim programs, but they often find the registration process and welcome policy too difficult to navigate. They are busy with the settlement process, burdened by language barriers, can't read maps and schedules to find a pool and class close to their homes. My understanding is that the city doesn't believe that the S.H. Armstrong community swimming programs generate enough money to justify the cost of leasing the pool from the Toronto District School Board. At Duke of Connaught, there are 900+ children, their infant and older siblings, parents and grandparents under one roof as potential clients. Many live in the 120 social housing apartment units at 1555 and 1575 Queen Street East, as well as the 40 units at 1080 Eastern Avenue. I am sure that if you attached a dollar amount to the preventative health care, therapy, safety training, and youth engagement that these aquatic programs provide, the pool leasing costs will have been more than recouped. Please use your collective expertise to figure this out, because pools in communities, and especially pools in community schools serving diverse populations, are a good thing. Why should residents have to put on a dog and pony show with Save Our Pool campaigns and Facebook groups? Why should children be told they have to draw pictures to show how much they like their local swimming pool? As our elected representatives, please just do what's right. Participating in an aquatic program should be easy and accessible to all residents. And this should be the case when pools are attached to educational facilities.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Davis?
There are 9, how many students are there?
Okay, I don't have the exact figure, but I saw on Mark Richardson's slides that it's close to 900, and the school is growing.
And there's more than just school in that facility. There's a community center.
So Duke of Connaught Public School is attached to S.H. Armstrong. My understanding is that the city leases the pool from the TDSB and offers aquatic programs. Right. And that money allows the TDSB to pay for the maintenance and allows swimming throughout the day for its students. Now, I heard Councillor Burnside asking why should the city pay for something that's under the province's jurisdiction? So what happens in schools? That's not what I'm here fighting for. I'm fighting for a community resource. My kids will learn how to swim because I can pay for it and go elsewhere, but not everybody in my community can.
There's also a community center, though. Is Apple Grove there?
Apple Grove is there, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and so this is really more than a school. It is another one of the joint facilities that we have in the former city of Toronto.
Yeah, as Mark Richardson explained, it's a shared cost situation, shared use situation. And I'm not insisting that my kids get swimming in school. I think it's great. I just don't want a community of haves and have-nots like Leaside and Thorncliffe.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brinson.
Excuse me, I have a question.
Oh, one more question.
Thanks. So I've never even heard of Apple Grove. That's a community center?
Apple Grove is a program, multi-program, they offer multi-programs, childcare after-school programs, and they are located, I think, both
Community
inside S.H. Armstrong Community Center and Duke of Connaught.
It's all part of that?
It's there's a community
Okay,
center called S.H. Armstrong, and to run it, it's aquatic programs. It uses a pool that's
At
attached to
Connaught.
Duke of Connaught.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sally Bliss. Oh, I'm sorry. Paul Codd is next.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paul Codd, and I live in East York. I'd like to thank the Budget Committee for allowing me to speak on my home turf. I belong to C2C, Commitment to Community. It's a group that fights for the advancement of poor people. No one should be discriminated against. That is not what democracy looks like. November 4 of 2015, City Hall put forward a motion in relation to the poverty reduction strategy. The ask was for $75 million. It was passed unanimously, 41-0. People yelled, shook each other's hands, and were overcome with glee. We had won. The city councillors and mayor had put their petty grievances aside and voted for the marginalized citizens of this city, or so I had thought. At that time, I was approached by a city councillor. He kept pushing me to tell him how much the city had put into the poverty reduction strategy. I kept telling him that I couldn't tell him. He finally told me $100 million. Why I couldn't tell him was because as a child, I was told, don't count your money till it's in the bank. He's rumored to be friends with Drake. The mayor kept telling people working on the poverty reduction strategy, don't worry, I've got your back. The irony is that this $75 million ask was reduced to $5.193 million with a vote February 9, 2016. Another irony occurred in Scarborough Southwest. Their city councillor told them that city council had unanimously voted poverty obsolete. Poof. He said this months after the February 9, 2016 vote had muted the November 4 of 2015 vote. The city councillor should take an economics class at a local grade school. It might prove helpful. Ladies and gentlemen, it's up to us to make sure that our elected officials give a damn about us. If they don't, get new ones who do. At this time of year, I'd like to wish you and yours a Happy New Year. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Paul. Is there any questions? No. Seeing none, thank you for your time.
Have a great day.
Next is Molly Saunders.
Hello, everybody. My name is Molly Saunders. I'm here representing only myself and my partner who live on Salmon Avenue. First of all, I got the the Janet Davis update thing, and I looked at that, and I was completely appalled when I started to read what the closures that were being proposed were. I feel that they're going to make this city a utilitarian city, and they were going to eliminate those things that give the city its soul. My suggestions for finding money are, please raise my property taxes. I think that almost I've heard a number of people here today say that this is not, a problem. We keep hearing, we have to keep the property taxes low. We have to keep them, we cannot raise them above this amount. And, I'm a sort of product of the old math, I guess. And when I think to myself that I live in the biggest city in the country, I live in the city with the largest number of services, and apparently I have the lowest tax rate in the country. Like, there's some basic math there. This just doesn't make sense to me, or to any, to many others, I believe, as well. I propose that you reinstate the car licensing fee and, in fact, increase it to, at least $100 a year. That's less than $10 a month. If you can afford a card and you can afford the gas to run that car, surely to God you can afford less than $10 a month for a licensing fee. And I think whatever it was in 2010, it was $64 million that would raise. So I don't know how much it is now, but it's probably whatever, like 70, who knows, 74 million, 75 million. And then I think hopefully that you can appropriately charge and collect from developers who cut down things like mature trees illegally and demolish protected buildings and block roadways for construction, and perhaps the fees that you collect from them, you could, you might be able to keep a wading pool open or something. I mean, this is just, it's ludicrous to me that this is the discussion to close wading pools. And the cost of demolition, maybe you could also, keep a shelter open for extreme weather, or perhaps, keep a fire truck. It's just beyond me, these, the suggestions that are given. Now, I understand that running a city is a business, but living in the city is not a business. In fact, it should be a pleasure to live in the city. And the proposed closures will diminish this, as well as remove elements that would have been called neighborliness. Where's the heart in the city? I've lived in the city all my life. I'm a middle-aged homeowner. Who doesn't use, and I personally wouldn't probably miss a lot of the reductions that are being talked about. But they are part of the common good, and we should all support the common good, because if we don't, what is the alternative? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We just have to finish the one meeting. We'll go into the next one. So can I have a motion that the Budget Subcommittee for City Hall, Scarborough, and East York Civic Center consultation receive for information the public presentations and communications submitted by members of the public? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We are now on to the evening session. The first speaker will be Justin Van Det. Again, Mr. Friend, I just want to let you know, so we do have 5 minutes to speak, and there is a time clock that is just over to my left that I will, you can look at, and I'll indicate just before 5 minutes if you go beyond. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's a real delight, and it's really wonderful to see the Budget Committee here in East York to do these consultations, and I thank all of you for making time out of your schedules to be here. I'm here to talk about an alleged savings from the TTC when it comes to their recent decision, and it's a very unfortunate decision, to remove bus schedules from stops at major intersections across the City of Toronto. And while I thought this was an isolated matter in East York, affecting a few routes, Cosburn, Mortimer, Woodbine, I've learned that this is happening across the entire city. The TTC, which calls itself the Better Way, has taken the wrong approach to delivering good public transit and good customer service. This change started on October the 9th, and I've been disappointed by some of the TTC's decisions to change route numbers and the way they deliver the service. They go to all this trouble, they don't seem to finish the job properly. But I've been laser focused on this issue because schedules matter to people. And what I've learned is the following. According to the TTC, by their very own numbers, there are some 10,000 stops in the entire city, and 5,000 of them, approximately, give or take a few hundred, in the city have a schedule. Those metal schedule holders now encourage riders to download the app to find out when the next bus is coming, or to go online. What is troubling is that there are many people in the city who don't own a cell phone or have a data plan or own a personal computer. These would include senior citizens and those that live on fixed incomes or those living in poverty. We hear it in the media all the time. We watch the news, we read the papers, and we hear it about the cost of living going up. Food, hydro, the basic necessities, taxes, transit, user fees. But how many times have we heard, and how many times have we also heard about people living paycheck to paycheck? As I continue to engage with TTC management, they tell me that these 5,000 schedules will be replaced by a few hundred electronic signs that will be placed in areas of the city. 5,000 to a few hundred is a significant decline. And the areas that will have fewer schedules are the areas of the city that probably need them more, Scarborough and Etobicoke. People rely on transit to get to school, to get to work, and to get to other appointments. And I've spoken to a lot of people in the city who support the schedules at the bus stops. Among the more notable supporters of my campaign to get East York moving again, to bring back the schedules, are organizations and individuals who have done wonderful things for this community and the city. Gail Nyberg at the Daily Bread Food Bank believes that I've taken up the right cause. So does the Good Neighbors of Toronto, a wonderful organization who takes care of hundreds of people who struggle every day for the basic essentials. Social Planning Toronto, TTCRiders.ca, the Parkview Hills Community Association, the very hardworking MPP Arthur Potts, the Honourable Alan Redway, and former Toronto Mayor Mel Lastman. As a compromise, I would recommend the following. Routes that have buses or streetcars that run frequent service of 10 minutes or less, maybe that's fine for those routes to not have a schedule. But if there are those routes, like the ones around this building, that don't run 10 minutes or less all day, every day, then they should have a posted schedule. And I think that's a basic thing that the people of the city deserve and rely on. I thank you very much for taking the time to hear my deputation.
Thank you. Questions? Nope. Good. Succinct. Thank you. Next is Sarah Earhart. Oh, somebody doesn't want you to depute, I see, or hear. Did you want to do it? You can do it another time, Sarah. We can put you on the list any other time. Yes, no, that's fine. We'll squeeze you in. Just no, don't worry. Next is Alan McCartney.
I am Alan McCartney, who resides in Ward 26, Don Valley West, presided by Councillor John Burnside. I extend my appreciation to the Budget Committee for the opportunity to speak today. The proposed budget details numerous cuts to services that are essential investments that must be enhanced. The city's priority appears to be revenue from aggressive redevelopment for intensification that is not intended for essential investment. The freedom to reduce in transportation services, which includes an advanced transit system, inhibits the required annual periodic additions to the underground rail system to include north-south routes. The recent proposed additions are several parallel east-west lines that feed a single north-south line which has reached capacity. Recent federal and provincial funding was dedicated for upgrades and not for the backlog of repairs or transit advancements. A day in the spring of 2015, as I was on my way to City Hall on the Young Line for a meeting with the councillor, a chemical spill at the College Station required that I board a shuttle bus at the Bloor Station. The extremely long line of passengers was discouraging, and I decided to take a significant walk to City Hall. I would have been late for the meeting had I wanted to board a bus. I waited to board a bus. Elderly citizens and people with disabilities would be at a severe disadvantage when dealing with shuttle buses and the long lines. Toronto has prioritized aggressive redevelopment for the purpose of generating revenue. My neighborhood is experiencing resultant vehicular infiltration to avoid major arteries of intensification. Streets having all-way stops have become thoroughfares, with a resultant decrease in pedestrian safety as a result of aggressive driving. The Toronto official plan requires a reduction in the dependency of the automobile. during an earlier meeting with a councillor and a member of the planning department, my question relating to the movement of people was disregarded. This is an example of a misapplication of the official plan and a blatant disregard for proactive comments from the citizens. I enjoy the Munich Underground rail system that affords flexibility through numerous entry locations with several east-west and north-south routes without overcrowding and service interruptions. Numerous elevators are provided for people with disabilities. Investment in an advanced underground rail system is mandatory. Progressive annual additions and revolutionary changes are essential to combat traffic congestion and the reliance on the automobile. Toronto must retreat from its current course of tweaking the system to facilitate vehicular movement. European cities have been advancing rail systems for several decades. In conclusion, I recommend annual budget inclusions that oblige the city to progress annually with the addition of a specified length of underground rail. This will lead to a variety of both east-west and north-south lines to provide a network that will accommodate all citizens. Concurrently, the city must aggressively approach both the federal and provincial governments in discussions to obtain their solid commitment for essential funding which has been eroded in the past. The continual reduction of the federal corporate tax rate during a 52-year period and the provincial downloading of costs from the 1990s have severely burdened Toronto. This must be restored. Revenue tools that were recommended by city staff can be used immediately for the generation of funds. I sincerely appreciate the opportunity afforded by the committee for this presentation.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions, appreciate your time. Next is Eleonora Mara.
Good evening. I'm from Birchcliff Public School. I run the nutrition program at there. It's 400 students, and we're here to hopefully get more budget. I have 390 kids, and we first got approached last year when I was doing lunchroom, and after watching the kids during lunch, seeing what they're eating, you know, a pita with Cheese Whiz. I have these 3 kids, 2 twins, a boy and a girl, a brother and a sister and an older girl, sister that they would eat rice, steamed rice, that's what they'd have. But then I would find them, when everyone would go out for recess, I'd stay back and clean up, and one of the little boys would go in the garbage can and get food. This one of the brothers, the little sisters would pick up food. So we started this program. We're blessed that it's, you know, we have a mixed family, well-to-do, not. So we've gotten some help from the parents, and it's really, really hard to feed these kids healthy, especially the amount that the Toronto Public Health wants us to feed with the budget that we have to work with. We also ended up going to, it celebrated their 100th anniversary, and we were there, and we got a great feedback from the community there, and we're just here to hope that maybe you guys can help us out.
Questions? Councillor Davis.
So how much do you spend per child on food? I'm trying to remember what.
You mean per day?
Per day.
They're trying to say around 80 cents, maybe 90 cents, but I have to do a dairy, a grain, and a fruit or a vegetable. But also I have gluten-free, I have to think of nut allergies, I have to think of dairy, all that.
For 90 cents.
80, 90 cents, depends.
Right.
Now that's also me.
So you raise money, how much does your program get from this Foundation for Student Success?
It's done based every year, I guess.
Or are you in the Catholic school
No,
system?
I'm in the public school.
In the public school system.
Mhm.
So how much do you get for your program?
I'm not 100% sure how much we got this year, but every year we bid for it or something. Is it bidding? application, sorry, an application that we fill out based on how many students we have.
Right.
And then that's how they figure out
And
how
then
much
you
money we get.
raise money on top of that.
So at the beginning of the year, I sent out a form stating that we were going to reinitialize the nutrition program, and we asked the parents if they can give a donation based on what they can. So I've had some parents that can and some parents that obviously can't afford it, but it's offered to all the students.
And how much do you raise on top of what you get from this?
Got
from
about 3,000.
Okay.
So
Okay, and you provide, that's a snack program or a lunch
it's a morning meal.
program?
So it's served before morning recess.
Okay, a morning snack program.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Frederickis.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. So Eleonora, how many students do you currently have in your program?
Roughly about 390.
390
Mm-hmm.
out of a population of.
Of the school? No, that's how many students I have. We serve everybody.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, Councillor Layton has a quick question.
How long has the program been running for?
So I started the pilot in last June. We did it for that month, and then I started again in October, full on.
I was going to ask about inflation, but from year to year, you probably don't have a number yet. Thank
No,
you
because
very much for
actually now
starting
we're
it.
doing the French immersion. So every year there'll be a class,
Yeah.
extra class started.
Oh, that's great. Thank you so much for
you.
making the effort.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sarah, are you ready? Did you want to depute now? I notice. No, it's fine. We hear some quiet out in the hallway, so we probably have a good opportunity to speak. So why don't you come, and then we'll continue with Caitlin next.
Thank you. Oh, and that was a text from my spouse saying he's calmed down, so everything's okay. Thank you very much, everyone, for your patience. My name is Sarah Earhart, and I've been living near Coxwell and Dundas since 2015. I'm a mother to 20-month-old Clarence, who you all met earlier this evening. The childcare and early years situation in the east end of Toronto has hit crisis proportions. Insufficient licensed, high-quality spaces for the growing number of families in the area, prices well above the median for the city, and with the current proposal to cut some of the subsidies for TDSB, that means it will become even more expensive for families in this community. And there's also no real information about what is being done to plan for adequate early childhood services for our growing community. The cuts currently being proposed to childcare and recreation under consideration in this budget will hurt Toronto's East End and take us in the wrong direction. In particular, the cuts to childcare subsidies, removal of the facility supports to TDSB for childcare spaces, and the withdrawal of recreation programs from S.H. Armstrong Duke of Connaught Pool are all areas of concern. The cuts to pool programming in our neighborhood in particular is confusing to me. My son and I were lucky enough to get into swim classes this winter. I say lucky because all the swim programming in our neighborhood is waitlisted. In 2012, this council made the decision to keep our pool, and I cannot understand how, with the baby boom taking place right now, we would get rid of this programming when the wait lists demonstrate it is in such high community demand. Our very own Olympic medalist, Penny Alexiuk, is a neighborhood role model for our children, yet we will be offering them fewer opportunities to try to swim like her. It is particularly tragic that the year of Canada's 150th anniversary will be remembered in East Toronto as the time recreational programming was cut. This goes against what we as residents want for our children, and it goes against the city's own poverty reduction strategy. Being a lakeside community, it also goes against common sense safety considerations for our children. How can we expect other levels of government to be working with us to support our children if we ourselves are cutting back and downloading to TDSB at a time of obvious growth in young families in this neighborhood? This past year, parents in our community joined together under the banner Toronto EastEnders for Childcare to demand action on these issues. We are a group of parents in Toronto's East End who are passionate about improving childcare and early years services for children aged 0 to 12. We have 3 goals: more high-quality spaces in our neighborhood, an early years and childcare system that is affordable for families, and better information about our childcare centers. We see fair compensation for childcare workers and low-income families in our communities as going hand in hand with these goals. adequate support for newcomers and low-income families in our communities is going hand in hand with these goals. The current system is seriously broken. A freeze on childcare subsidies in our community, the past closing of an East Toronto childcare subsidy office, school overcrowding, insufficient in-school before and after-school care, over-capacity parent-child resource centers in our neighborhoods and north of the Danforth in particular, long wait times for early childhood health specialists through Toronto Public Health, and a hands-off approach around childcare planning and daycare waitlist management are only a few of the challenges that our community is facing as we attempt to access quality, affordable childcare and education opportunities. We are calling on all levels of government and our city and councillors through this budget in particular to make childcare a priority in 2017 and to ensure that growing neighborhoods like the Toronto's East End are prioritized in any efforts to enhance childcare, early education and family services. We would ask that the budgets for childcare supports and recreation programming, including swimming for children, be maintained in this budget. I and many other residents would be willing to pay more in property taxes to get the childcare and recreation services a modern city like Toronto requires for all families to succeed. I would ask that the city go beyond this and look to actually take forward-looking steps to improve the childcare offerings across the city and in our East End neighborhoods. A low-cost but much-needed start would be the creation of a consolidated childcare waitlist, modeled off the successful online system in the City of Ottawa. I thank you for your time and for making childcare and children's recreation programming a priority in this budget by maintaining budget levels in these crucial areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pragadakis?
Thanks very much. Sarah, you mentioned better information as one of your group's goals, and I was wondering if you could explain a little bit about that.
Thanks. I think once you've actually managed to make it into the system, it's hard to know information about the quality. Some of this I understand is a provincial level consideration, but even access to what's happening with the wait lists, where before and after school care programming is available, where recreation programming is available, all of these are areas where I've found in working with parents that are new to this neighborhood, they're having challenges. So one that we hear coming up frequently is around the wait lists. And so because I didn't live in Toronto when I first signed up for Toronto's wait list, I signed up about 1.5 years before I actually moved into the city. I also signed up for the City of Ottawa. And so I had the experience of going through both wait list systems at the same time. And I can say that having a consolidated system was very helpful.
So what forward-looking steps would you suggest?
I would suggest as a start putting funding in this budget for a consolidated waitlist system so that parents would only have to apply through their postal code and check off which places they would like to be waitlisted. Ideally, such a system could also let them know where they are in a rank order waitlist system, or at a minimum the policies. I'd also suggest better information around subsidies. So for example, when I applied, I also applied for the subsidy because at the time we were on a single income. However, we had to go in person to change that situation, but there is no childcare subsidy office in the East York area anymore. We had to go either deep into Scarborough or we had to go to Yonge Street. And so as of now, I still have not had time to go and wait with my toddler to make changes to our subsidy application.
So you mentioned
this is 3 years later.
So you just mentioned that there's no office in East York anymore. Why was there one before?
My understanding was that several years ago there was a subsidy office in the general area that was closed down due to budget cuts previously. And so again, I know we go year to year to fight to maintain, but really given the growth and what's happening in these neighborhoods, I think we really have to start to look forward in terms of what do we need to meet demand.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thanks for raising the question of the centralized wait list, and I've been madly looking for the motion that went through council, and actually I had the date wrong. So there is going to be and should be a report through the community development prior to the 2018 budget process on developing a centralized wait list. So you made that really clear.
Okay.
And
That's
so
great to hear.
We'll have to pursue that to make sure that happens. But the other question, Councillor Burnside raised questions, and I think so did Councillor Crawford, about the question of childcare centres that are not school-based, and is it fair to be subsidizing parents in a school-based childcare centre by paying more to cover the rental costs or the occupancy costs than without subsidizing those that are based in other facilities other than schools? What would you say about that?
I'd say it's really hard to talk about fairness in the childcare system here, given how few subsidies are available for the number of families that require them, and given the huge fees. So for me, who I'm not in a school run, I am still waitlisted, and I'm waiting for care for my 20-month-old son, and I've been on the wait list since fall of 2014 and have not as yet received a call back for any of the school-based daycares. But I would gladly make sure that others in my community are able to continue to receive any base reductions in fees that they can access. I mean, I believe that we should go further and offer supports through all levels of government for all of our children in childcare, but at a bare minimum, I think we should keep what's happening. It's the consequences for families that have budgeted for those costs, I think, would be significant.
So in other words, we might look at actually providing more funding to those childcare centres that currently don't have some kind of base funding that covers the rental costs, if we're going to look at fairness.
Yes, I would say go that direction, but I would also gladly, I don't see there being a fairness issue with having that kind of subsidy in place. I think it's excellent that there is a kind of subsidy to make sure that our schools can continue to serve as community hubs for things like community service programming, parent-child centers, for pools and recreation facilities, and also for childcare locations.
So the provincial funding formula doesn't recognize childcare in schools, and it doesn't recognize school pools. I don't think it recognizes lunch rooms. I mean, there are a number of things. So it is a provincial problem, and there are people who will suggest that the funding ought to come from the province more broadly. Is your organization also going to press your provincial representatives to fund childcare better?
Yeah, yes, we are. And we have sent letters to all levels of government for their 2017 budget processes, saying very much a similar thing. And as a parent, but also as a taxpayer to all three levels of government, I think it's, to me, it's the same money. So as to who pays for me, it's hard to advocate or perceive, but certainly at all levels of government, there's the economic rationale, there's a social rationale for making investments in childcare. And so we would urge that we, at a minimum, maintain what's already there, and also that it's hard to work with the other levels of government when we start pulling funding, especially from TDSB, which doesn't have the ability to raise revenue. So the more we download things onto TDSB, the more it's going to impact families in this community, because they're not in a position to balance their books.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Caitlin Cassie. Welcome.
Hi there, good evening. My name is Caitlin Cassie. I live on the Danforth, and I'm here to speak as a concerned resident of Toronto. Let me start by saying that every year we seem to be having a lot of the same conversations. In the lead up to the budget getting passed, there's discussion about what is getting cut, what is being spared, and how these cuts will disproportionately hurt its most vulnerable residents. We talk about transit and housing and how Toronto needs more revenue tools, how property taxes need to be raised above the rate of inflation, how the TTC is the least subsidized transit system in Canada, etc. I think some people are discouraged from coming to these meetings because it's the same old conversations and there does not seem to be a lot of movement on any of these issues. But I'm here today because I do not believe that this budget process is the same old, same old. Every year, the context in which the city makes a budget, allocating its operating and capital expenditures, is different. In particular, in November 2015, just over a year ago, the city unanimously voted the poverty reduction strategy into existence, as people here already spoke to today. This council made a commitment to reduce poverty in the city. It took a year to make that strategy, or maybe even longer. Days and days of consultations and tireless advocacy inside and outside the government. So how can a city council that has officially committed to reducing poverty be having discussions about cuts that disproportionately hurt its most vulnerable residents? That does not add up, and that does not make sense. The 6 main issues included in the poverty reduction strategy are housing stability, service access, transit equity, food access, quality jobs and livable wages, and systemic change. And yet, these are precisely the areas that are being threatened by cuts or stymied by inaction. Other reasons that the 2017 budget process is not the same as every other year. Shooting deaths were up by 54% last year. We lost far too many lives in this city. Last summer, the Toronto Youth Equity Strategy and the Toronto Youth Cabinet organized a town hall meeting at City Hall. Not one councillor attended that meeting, and the representative from the mayor's office looked like he was falling asleep, and then he left halfway through that meeting. That was inexcusable. We also have 2 elections coming up in 2018 at the municipal and provincial levels, and a new-ish federal government. So no, this is not the same as every other year, and I think this council needs to recognize the context in which we are operating as a city more explicitly, and it also needs to get a lot better at making connections between policy, process, and impact. The city does a lot of tremendous things. I'm very proud of the City of Toronto for a number of reasons. Off the top of my head, I would like to highlight 311, the Youth Engagement Strategy, TO Core, the library system. People work extremely hard for this city. From youth recreators up in Driftwood to the people running seniors programming in Malvern, people are working hard to make good on the city's commitment to create an inclusive and safe environment for everyone from every background at every stage in their life. But the connections are not being made between the commitments made in strategies passed by council and the observable impact of these strategies on people's lives. There's a disconnection between the proactive policies you commit to and the proposed budget cuts you are debating. The civic tech community and Better Budget TO have made huge strides to democratize these processes, but there's still a lot of room for improvement. My friend told me today about one initiative that is being led outside of government. It's called budgetpedia.ca, and it's one of these attempts to democratize these processes. Policy needs to be made from a people-centered perspective. When hundreds of hours are spent making strategies, we need a way to hold the city accountable to the commitments it's made. Strategies advocate for kids and youth to be more involved, for example, but signing up your kids for sports camps on the city website is not user-friendly, it's not people-centered, it's a nightmare. Another example is the great work the Toronto Youth Equity Strategy team is doing. But how is data being gathered to track progress and show areas that still need more attention? How is this data being visualized? Can I go to the city's website and pull up a map that will show me how funding is being allocated across the city, to which neighborhoods, to which community centers? How is TIES responding to the increase in gun violence? A lot of questions are being left unanswered. The city needs to be more open to speaking to people on the ground who are doing the work in the neighborhoods, and it needs to engage the civic tech community more deliberately to make processes more inclusive and transparent. Data, when used effectively, is an important means to an impactful end. Yes, it's very difficult to demonstrate impact, but we need to make more concerted efforts. Policy processes can and need to be democratized. People want access, people want to be included, people have ideas. Listen to them. You have to get at people where they are and not always expect people to come to you. If you live in Rexdale and you're taking TTC, it can take 2 hours one way to get down to City Hall to Depute. So that will take your entire day. So that's just not reasonable. The budget meetings around the city are a good start. So in conclusion, please recognize that this budget process is not just about cost accounting and revenues and expenditures. It's about making decisions that directly affect people's lives and livelihoods. Moreover, the budget that the city commits to is a further extension of the story the city is trying to tell. Are we a city that cares about its most vulnerable residents, or are we a city that makes a bunch of promises it does not intend to keep? I, for one, hope it's the former. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Layton, questions?
Thank you very much. Cass, you were right on there. If you could just walk outside and say that exact same thing to CP24, that'd be very helpful. Thank you.
I don't know if you're being serious or not.
No, you're totally serious. I will go out and read your story to them. They're on live on air now, so I can't.
Fortunately, Councillor, you're part of quorum, so you can't leave the room. Next is Reverend.
I did want to ask a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Davis wants to ask a question.
I absolutely agree with my colleague here. I experienced the same frustration. We pass strategies and policies, and then where's the beef? Like, where's the meat? Which policies in particular do you think that we have not been held to account on,
And how do you think we should be held to account in a better way?
Yeah, absolutely. So I mentioned a couple in my deputation. Poverty reduction strategy, just the fact that I think a social planning TO has come up with an article that says proposed cuts right now would be another $76 million to the city's most vulnerable residents. That's not even counting the cuts that might be proposed. So there's that's one aspect. I do a lot of work in the community with youth and children. So looking at the Toronto Youth Equity Strategy. So that's again the city's most vulnerable youth. It's great people working on it, and I'm so excited about that work. They have town hall meetings. The initiatives are fantastic, but it's like you have people working on it. You have a dedicated team, but where are the results and where are the impacts? And I know that's difficult, but it needs to be an end-to-end process, because when we're talking about marginalized youth or all these different terms that get bandied about, it's like you have people who are spatially segregated, that have poor transit, living in social housing, and then we're looking at all these different strategies overlaid one on top of another, and we aren't able to compare this data and this funding. And I've even read articles that say there's a lack of record being kept on which community centers are getting which funding.
Yeah.
So that data needs to be kept, and we need to be able to see the results.
Would you be surprised? I have in 13 years not been able to get the budget for what is spent on recreation in my ward. That is really, it's impossible. Yes, exactly. And the priority neighborhoods work. I mean, trying to figure out exactly what are the outcomes of the priority neighborhoods work and the amount of city resources that have been targeted to address those identified gaps. Have you looked at that at all?
I mean, I know United Way's done a ton of work. I know that priority neighborhoods are now neighborhood improvement areas. I also don't want to come across as though I think that that is the answer to all the questions. I think, like I said, it's a means to an end. We can look to New York City. They have the mayor's data office. I know the City of London is also working in close conjunction with Nesta, an innovation organization there, looking at how they can use data to do better for the city and for its people. So, I mean, priority neighborhoods, it's also, that's stigmatizing in a way. There was a deputation at the meeting last week I went to, and a woman, very adeptly said, I'm called low income or I'm called high priority, and every other week I'm called something, different budgets, I'm called different things. So yes, we need to be looking at the most vulnerable residents and how the city is working hard for them, but we need to have these policies and these strategies speak to one another.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Reverend Robert Wardlaw.
Christina, who's out in the hall, I've got your live hit for 7:30, CP24. I've got your next interview right here. Cassie here.
Thank you, Reverend.
I'm sorry,
Cassie.
Caitlin.
Caitlin.
Cassie, sorry.
Reverend, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening and Happy New Year to you all. I'm at a United Church that's due south of here on Girard, corner of Coxwell. And it has an elaborate food ministry that is over 30 years old. Most Wednesdays I meet with people at the food bank downstairs. And what impresses me is the courage it takes to walk into a church basement and confess to somebody that you have nothing. Where you never thought you would be in this situation, you're now asking strangers for food. I know some people don't come. They're just too embarrassed. They will not make that little trip into the church. Those who come look like the proverbial deer in the headlights the first time they come. It is a horrible experience. I trust you never have had it. I have been very fortunate not to have had it, and I pray that no one has to do that who's here tonight. It takes a lot of courage to walk into a food bank and say, help me. We serve between 250 and 300 people a week in 300 minutes. 1 a minute. So it's noisy, it's crowded, it's unpleasant, people are not happy to be there. It's not a good, charity is just a bad way to look after our lowest income people. I can't think of other parts of our society where we depend on people's giving to make sure that the most vulnerable are looked after. We usually tax each other, but not enough, as everyone has been saying. The Star today was pointing out that CEO incomes have doubled in the last, 12 or 15 years, and the rest of us have gone up something like 9%. The gap is big and growing, and it's unpleasant. And it could be that we can do something about that as a city. I know there are other levels of government, I get that, but it seems to me if the budget committee members had the courage, the same courage it takes to walk into a food bank, the courage to go to the rest of the executive and council and say, let's invest. Let's be ready to go back to the electorate in 18, have the courage to go to them and say, we are making important investments in one another. I think that would be a good match. If you need to see the courage, by all means, come to our food bank, any time, and hang out with somebody who knows, and go and talk to a first-timer and see the guts that it takes to do that. And then bring that to the executive, to council, and then all of you bring it to the electorate and say, listen, you're the majority, you elect us, but we need to look after the minority who can't outvote you and who depend on all these services that people have been referencing this evening, and I'm sure this afternoon too, and at all the other budget consultations in all the other places and all the other years. We're in this together, and we need to have the capacity as leaders to say that to the rest of the people. This is important. It matters. You can choose not to elect me, but I stand with the people who can least stand for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ragadakis. Oh,
I wasn't going to ask a question. I just wanted to thank him very much for what he's doing for Glen Roads United Church, through the church, for the people in the neighborhood, because I had the privilege to serve Christmas dinner at the food bank at Pape and Cosburn a few days before Christmas, and I saw the need. The need is tremendous in the East End, and I expect it's the same all across the city. And I just wanted to say thank you so much for offering up your church as one of the sites for the food bank.
Every person who leaves the food bank and passes me thanks me effusively. I'm the person who does the least. The volunteers do all the work. Somehow I receive the thanks. The congregation raises about $18,000 a year, and we did the arithmetic on what it would cost to fund that if we paid people and paid for groceries. And the budget a couple of years ago was $350,000, running on an $18,000 donated amount. So the city's getting tremendous value from that, but I still object to charity being the way it's handled. It's 14,000 hampers a year, 1,200 meals a year, or I think maybe 2,000 meals a year, running on a pittance. But I'm not here mainly to talk about food. I'm here to talk about every other kind of social service. We'll keep doing that as long as we have to. We really want change to come. I'll be talking to Arthur Potts on Friday, and I really hope that the provincial government gets serious about social assistance and does something so that the lowest income people have a little more than they do now. It's just horrible, in my opinion.
Well, thanks very much. I know that the churches and all the other faith community in general just picks up where the city and other governments drop off.
Yeah.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor Davis?
I was pleased to hear you are going to meet with our MPP. And I said the same thing at council last month, that we can't have a poverty strategy that doesn't include the provincial government to commit to raising the basic needs allowance as part of social assistance. So is there an ask you're making along with others to raise the basic
There's something called the Interfaith Social Assistance Reform Coalition.
Okay.
People of different faiths, many faiths from all over the province. And we decided this year we would ask for $1 billion in the provincial budget, $700,000 to raise rates, social assistance rates, and $300,000 to do other things that will support very low-income people in important ways that are not direct money to them, but will make a huge difference in their lives. So that's the ask, is $1 billion.
And that's the Interfaith?
Social, ISARC, Interfaith Social Assistance Reform Coalition. And that's a little less than 1% of the provincial budget, which is around 120 billion, something like that.
Councillor.
Thank you.
I don't mean for this to come across as sarcastic, because in fact it's very saddening. But I hope that you have a lot of faith and power in the almighty that you'd think that, that council in an election year 2018 would in fact consider actually doing what was right and trying to communicate that to their constituents, that we need to raise taxes in order to provide for everyone in our community. I have faith in your faith. And so please don't stop all of your hard work on both accounts, both with the food ministry and in helping us all see some kind of light here.
Ladies and gentlemen, have courage, the courage to act.
Thank you, Reverend. Next is Anthony Sheen. Anthony Sheen. Shine? Okay, Shine. Next is Mariana Lewicki. Thank you.
It's never fun being the person between here and the adjournment. But anyways, yes.
We have two more people, so you're not.
Oh,
you're not
sorry.
yeah,
Okay,
two more people,
even
so
better. Okay. So my name's Mariana Lewicki. I'm the president of the Park Vista Tenants Association, and unsurprisingly, I'm here to represent tenants. I'm a resident of Ward 31, and I certainly did see Mary Fragidakis and Janet on the Tenant Issues Committee, and I saw John Burnside and Thorncliffe at a meeting for tenants. And I do know from looking at your voting record that you were all part of the 35-4 vote to support new rules for tenants. And so how did we get to the situation of needing new rules for tenants? I often go into my little speech about how the word itself, landlord, might imply an imbalance of power. And that's what we've certainly found as tenants, is that it's not some nice Downton Abbey-like existence where, despite disparity in wealth, that people are treated as equals and everything's wonderful and things get taken care of. That's why the new rules are brought in. It's not a big amount of money. It's $5.2 million. I know one of the more contentious things on that vote was increasing the FTEs from 12 to 6, and I know some of the members here did not vote for that. But I know that the executive director will be making a presentation, and hopefully they will give some good reasons on how they think the program can work and how it can work under the funding. But I've been an attendant for a while, seen change in ownership and seen a dramatic increase in how things can change. Here's how I spent part of my holiday. Canadian Tire had a flyer where there was a sale on thermometers, so I was rushing down to the Canadian Tire at Leslie and Lakeshore because they had run out, so that people could take temperatures, take a log, and then call the city if it wasn't meeting the minimum 21 degrees. I mean, heat is a basic thing that people should have. They shouldn't have to fight for it. It's sad that I'm the person there telling them, this is your right. If it doesn't work, here's a thermometer, here's a log. And you contact the landlord. If it doesn't help, then you call the city. But that person at the city has to be there to help them. I mean, our association in the building I live in, it's about 108 units. Our membership fee for the Tenants Association is about $10 a year. So based on 1 month's income, I would have to get the equivalent from an annual membership for more than 100 years to match what the landlord's taking in from a month. And that's not a good level for me to start from for my budgeting to try to fight for these people. They were hit with above guideline increases. In 2015, it was a 4.6% increase to the rent. 2016, it's a 5% increase. Next year, it will be a 1.9%. So we are struggling as well as tenants. There is guidelines theoretically in the province, but they're often exceeded. So you are part of this momentous vote, 35-4, to bring in rules, better inform, better protect tenants. You have to finish the job. Make sure it gets done, make sure those resources are there, and make sure that tenants, which I often think of as sort of the unseen majority or the easily forgotten majority, get the protection that they deserve. There's often a lot of focus on people who own property. I take it they vote in greater rates, but you do have to protect those people that are working 2 or 3 jobs and often don't have the opportunity to come out to events like this to talk about why such protection is important. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you very much. Next is Anita Khanna. I just want to recognize Mayor Tory in the office, or in the audience too, who's listening. So welcome, Mayor Tory. Welcome, Anita. You'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm a parent and I'm a worker in the not-for-profit sector in Toronto. I volunteer with community agencies that receive city grant funding, and I am proud to live in East York. This is my third budget deputation since 2010, but this is my first one as a parent. Being a parent opens your eyes in a new way to hope and possibility. It's unexpected and it's wonderful. Being a parent in Toronto also opens your eyes to inequality in a new and profound way. From my own experience, the costs of commuting, housing, bills, childcare are nearly impossible to afford. For families in poverty, the struggle to find solid ground and provide opportunities and basic necessities, simply healthy food, as we heard from so many people here today, are a constant challenge. And frankly, a parent's worst nightmare is to be unable to afford to care and to provide for their child. For us, childcare is particularly vital, allowing my partner and I to stay employed, contribute to our communities, and to build careers and hope for a better future. We contribute to the arts and to anti-poverty research. Childcare is even more important for our daughter, who learns new skills or words each and every day. It was important to access high quality and regulated childcare in a not-for-profit center. Our daughter goes to a Wood Green Community Services childcare center, and she's in the infant room. We pay full fees, over $2,000 a month, just $50 less than the cost of our mortgage. Childcare allows us to work, and it allows for our daughter to grow in profound ways. We believe that all children should have this opportunity and have access to such affordable, regulated care, not just those who are in the middle or high income. There's clearly a need. We have 18,000 children on the subsidy waiting list in the city. We need to grow childcare funding. We need to respond to progress in the baby boom that others have spoken about today. Cutting subsidies and passing on more fees to families in this city, which has the highest childcare fees in Canada, should not be considered. It's a ludicrous proposition, and one that's contributing to the crisis on the ground in every neighborhood and every ward in this city. In November, we were reminded of how unequal the city of Toronto is. Almost 30% of children here live in poverty. It is that fact and reports, from 2014 that inspired all mayoral candidates to pledge to work towards an anti-poverty strategy. This council has passed such a strategy. We have commitments. What we need is the action and the investments to back up and to take the action that's needed to eliminate poverty. In my own neighborhood, the child poverty rate hovers around 30%. If I go one subway stop east to Vic Park, almost 60% of children in the neighborhood bordering Vic Park live in poverty. These children are in families in poor quality housing, with landlords that are inattentive, or TCHC that is not meeting their needs, and they rely on food banks. Recent data show that 40% of children living in poverty in Canada have parents who work full-time, full year. They can't lift themselves out of poverty. Families on social assistance receive a pittance. Their poverty is legislated. They're punished despite turning to assistance due to illness or a death in the family, a family breakup, or job loss. Toronto needs to do more for its most vulnerable residents. We certainly cannot cast away 1 in 4 children to the scourge of poverty. We need proactive city planning, investment, and action to level the playing field for children and to make poverty history. The city budget needs to bolster investments in anti-poverty programs and meet the commitments made in the strategy. In particular, council cannot cut housing and shelter workers who help people off the streets and into homes. We can't flatline funding to community grants and agencies and services in all wards in this city that build our communities and address the needs of residents from the prenatal stage to seniorhood. These programs provide food, care, support, they fight racism, homophobia, and sexism, and they build a stronger, more tolerant city, the city that we all hope to move to if we're not from here, and the one that we're proud to call home when we do live here. As a divided city, Toronto can't thrive. Toronto has the most millionaires and the highest child poverty rate in Canada. We need to look ourselves in the mirror. We can't let children down when we have the tools and the ability to raise revenue and invest in their futures. I urge City Council to take the action that's necessary to eliminate child poverty. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anita. Councillor Fragadakis has some questions.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And thanks, Anita, for your presentation. I was wondering if there's a model from another Canadian city that you think we should seek to emulate.
Certainly, I would say that that we've seen great commitments from Calgary, for example. So Mayor Nenshie's work to end homelessness, the low-income transit fare system there is exceptional. As well, Edmonton has taken some really strong proactive steps. I think Toronto backing up the strategy and its plan in place with targeted steps and maintaining funding in each budget moving forward will be a key way for us to sort of match and hopefully exceed and progress past some of the examples within Canada.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much for your submission, and you're paying over $2,000 a month for childcare.
I am.
Is that a school-based childcare center, or is it in a standalone?
It's in a standalone facility. It's operated by Wood Green at Main and Gerrard.
And there's been some suggestion that it's not fair that the city is providing for the occupancy costs of school-based childcare centers and not those that aren't in schools. Do you think that's unfair, or do you think there are other ways we might address the equity issue?
Well, certainly we have a problem with base childcare funding in the city, and we need to enhance base childcare funding. We have a plan, I believe, that has been in place or mapped out. We need to ensure that we're meeting those commitments and enhancing the funding. I understand from my own research that eliminating the support for the school-based centers that the city currently provides will raise costs to families to the tune of $350 a year. That would put my child care costs, with my current rates, $2,550 a year. $350 is a big deal to people. And yeah, we budget, every month, every 2 weeks, $5 here, $10 there. $350 passed on to people, I think, and it's much more than the cost of raising.
How much do you pay a year?
Well, the price just went up in January with inflation, so it's $2,100 for infant care in this room. But
multiplied by 12, it's mind-boggling.
I think 7 times the cost of university tuition, but certainly vital for us to be able to go to work and contribute to our communities.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. Built into the budget into the social development, finance, and administration budget is foregoing the 2% inflationary increase. So these are grants that go to any number of different types of organizations for delivering services to vulnerable residents in our city, indiscriminate of age, but certainly programs that people rely on. Do you think that should be considered a minor adjustment to the budget that won't impact the service levels of those organizations that those organizations are able to achieve?
Certainly that's not a minor cut. So something in the neighborhood of $650,000, I understand from, again, my own research, is certainly significant. And I've worked in the nonprofit sector in Toronto for over 10 years at agencies of various size. And I've seen what $30,000 of funding from the Access and Equity Grant, from the CPIP grouping of grants can do for a community. I understand and have seen Tamil seniors and Pakistani youth, building community in places where there's been high conflict. I work at an agency now that is able to provide funding, or rather uses the funding from the city to address revitalization issues in Florence Heights community. We also provide counseling to the LGBTQ community and fill gaps that are many within the city. And it's really that CPIP funding and that grant money that allows agencies like ours and like other ones I've worked to leverage additional funds from other levels of government. So they say that $1 invested in CPIP leverages 10 additional dollars from other levels of government. City grants help small agencies. I've worked at agencies with $250,000 budgets, sort of keep the lights on and maintain viability in the eyes of a place like Citizenship and Immigration Canada or other federal funders. And certainly, all levels of government have a role to play in supporting community services for newcomers and vulnerable people, but the city is a crucial linchpin in ensuring that we have a city that functions and that isn't as starkly divided as it certainly would be without city services.
Do you think our city invests enough in frontline workers to address poverty and housing issues?
Certainly not. From my own experience of the hard work and the personal toll that I know that it takes, especially on people who have themselves a lived experience of being homeless or receiving social assistance or living or sleeping rough, certainly the compensation levels, those kinds of things, like for many people they have stable employment within the city, but for others they are more precariously employed. They might be on a temporary basis. They might have limited hours. I know colleagues, or rather friends, who work for 311 and are working hard for 5 or 6 years in hopes of becoming permanent, but keep getting rollover contracts and those types of things. So I think it's certainly, from my experience as an avid library user, I go to the Main Square Community Center, go swimming, all that kind of stuff. It's those workers and that commitment to quality services and really to ensuring that we can access the resources within the city that is the difference from living here to living in another city. I think certainly that good wages, benefits, and support for workers is the direction we need to go into, especially to meet our poverty reduction goals.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The last deputant for the evening is Jessica Diamond.
It's always good to go last when everybody's tired at the end of a long day. I will do my very best to be brief. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you today. I'm here as a single parent of 2 young children aged 5 and 6 who are enrolled at Gledhill Avenue Child Care Center, and also as the chair of the board of directors of that same center. And I want to talk to you today about the school board operating grant and the proposal to eliminate it, as well as child care subsidies. The lease costs that result from the termination of the school board operating grant could amount to a total annual increase of up to $18,000 in the center's budget this year. So that's about 2% of our operating, just under. The GACC's budget has already been submitted to the City of Toronto for review without these costs incorporated, because we didn't know that this proposal was coming forward. So this means that the per diems that are paid for subsidized children may not recognize these costs in this calendar year. As we're a nonprofit and we can't operate with a deficit, full fee paying families will be forced to bear the entirety of this cost. Preliminary calculations show that the impact on full fee paying families, such as Anita, who just spoke, in the preschool program could be almost $100 per month, an increase of 10% over their existing fees. In the school age program, the increase could mean an additional $84 per month for the summer program, an increase of 11% over the established 2017 summer fee at our center. For a family in my situation with 2 children in the school age program, this means a cost of $1,700 a month instead of $1,540, $170 that could go towards a mortgage payment or food costs or something fun to do as a family during the summer. Instead, it will go to paying rent in a public school that my provincial and property tax dollars are already currently supporting. As a centre, we've gone through some challenging times in the last year. We've had to increase our fees to families across the board to make ends meet, and we know from this experience that families struggle to manage any increase at all to their fees. Even if the per diems for subsidized children recognize the costs, we would still be looking at $70 per month or 7% increase to the preschool program in light of our current reduced enrollment. Full enrollment could potentially bring that down to $44 a month or $2 a day. You'll note that's still higher than the $1.50 that per space quoted in the media earlier this week. If the board of directors needed to find $18,000 in year, we know from our recent experience that our program would be at imminent risk of decreased enrollment, which could lead and did lead to staff layoffs and ultimately reductions to available childcare in the community. Simply put, additional fee reductions may see parents seek unlicensed care or care in centers that are not located in schools and are therefore unaffected by this change. Our center has already felt the impact of city reductions. This year, our preschool room enrollment was drastically impacted by the freeze on subsidies. The center usually has a 60-40 split between unsubsidized and subsidized spaces, but in the preschool room this year, that swung to a 75-25 split, and we were unable to raise our public fee enrollment any higher, which has meant we've laid off staff and reduced hours just to stay afloat. I understand the move to increase the number of licensed spaces, but our experience has been that families in our community struggle to afford it. They desperately need these subsidies to increase as well, or those new spaces may well sit vacant. At least until a better solution is found, we're asking that you maintain the school board occupancy grant and increase subsidies so that more families in our community can access quality, affordable childcare. I heard the suggestion earlier that the city should not subsidize care for families not receiving subsidies, but what's being proposed here today has exactly the opposite effect. So families that are not receiving subsidy will then subsidize the care of subsidized families twice. They'll subsidize it through their property tax, they'll subsidize it through their provincial tax, and then they'll subsidize it again because we can't pass that fee along in any other way. So all the while, a lot of the families that are full fee families are waiting for subsidies. They're part of those 18,000 that are waiting desperate for some relief, and we're just going to continue to increase the fees. So while this isn't a scenario where it's a huge amount of money for our center, $20,000 or 2% of our budget, it is a huge amount of money for the families that it has an impact on. It makes a difference. Don't think for a second that this $1 million isn't going to affect the lives of the people that you serve and that we collectively serve in our roles. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Councillor Davis?
One of the, one of the challenges has been that we shouldn't subsidize, and you've addressed that partially, we shouldn't subsidize the families who are in school-based childcare. And you've mentioned, as did the previous speaker, direct funding. There could be other ways to harmonize and to ensure that there was equitable subsidizing of the operating costs. Because you currently get a new base funding grant this year as a result of the changes to the funding formula, correct?
We do indeed. So the suggestion that we don't currently subsidize care for families that are not directly in receipt of child care subsidies is false. There's an operating grant that is currently received by child care centers that's a general operating grant, and we use that grant as the board of directors and our administration at the center to determine exactly how we're going to distribute the funding across all of our families to make things easier. It's not just, you know, the 40% of families that are in receipt of subsidy are somehow getting a higher quality lunch. We're all getting the same food, we're getting the same programming, we have the same quality staff.
Yeah, and this new direct funding, well, it's not new, it's old, but all of the provincial government has changed the funding stream, and in fact, I think it's been identified everywhere that the way to address affordability is to increase the base funding in terms of a
basic operating grant to help keep fees affordable for all families. Isn't that kind of the debate right now?
I think it is the debate right now, and I think there's a lot to be said for that theory. I think the challenge that we have in our center and in many other centers, I would imagine, is that when you subsidize the base, we're able then to pull up the quality of the entire center. If we were relying on money that we get solely from city subsidy, that money is calculated on a per diem based on a 98% enrollment rate, an enrollment rate that in fact we haven't reached in a number of years, that we're unlikely to reach in the next 5 years or so. And consequently, what's intended to be a close to full and not yet full subsidization for children that are coming from low-income families is in fact already a deficit. So we are already attempting to balance our books and mitigate across the entirety of the pot. And so I think, you know, to separate out the two streams and think that there is no cross-subsidization is a falsehood.
Right, right. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Layton.
So what you just said at the end there, I think is very, very important, that full fee paying parents are important to the mix of these child care centers.
Absolutely.
Because that's how you make it balance out.
That's right.
So if full fee parents are leaving because we drive up the cost and it just becomes a little bit cheaper to have a nanny, or actually you save money by just having one parent stay home, that is a fear that you could start losing the mix, and in fact you just mentioned that you had.
And we did.
Yeah.
So this year we had to increase our fees significantly. We discovered some liabilities that had existed from a previous administration. And in the process of trying to mitigate those liabilities, we ended up having to raise our fees close to 20% across the board. And in doing so, we lost a number of our full fee paying parents. Consequently, and at the same time, we lost because of the subsidy freeze in the preschool room in our ward, we lost our ability to bring in subsidized families to our preschool room. And as we watched full fee paying families migrate out and no new subsidies come in, we saw the balance shift, and we were unable to introduce any additional fee increase while simultaneously not being able to operate. So I think each child care center would be likely to tell you that they can't operate solely on subsidy because the subsidy calculation doesn't support full operating fees, and we need both. And if we drive out our full fee paying parents, we simply cannot afford to sustain.
So we heard earlier today that the school occupancy grant was around $6.50 per square foot, but that when the deal with the city ends, that potentially we could see, or probably on average, a rise to $11.50 a square foot.
So the calculations that I gave you today are based on $11 a square foot, and without tossing my good friends at the TDSB Child Care Center under the bus, I did call the Toronto District School Board and ask them, what would it look like for us? How much would it be? And $11 a square foot was the number that I got from the person that I spoke to, and we costed based on that. So not all of our rooms are covered under the umbrella agreement. Some of them are not. But of the ones that are covered, so we would pay $11. And what I said was, is there some potential to mitigate that back to the $6.50? Is there some potential for the TDSB to waive some portion of it or to introduce it incrementally? And the response that I got was, it's not likely, because the $6.50 doesn't cover their operating costs and they can't balance their books. So we would need to pay $11 just to cover what it costs them to provide maintenance service in those rooms.
Okay, so if I had you correct, you've got about a 60-40 split?
We do.
So and the city average is 36% subsidy in spaces now. So would it surprise you, and I'm going to try to say this really slowly because it confuses me every time I think about it, that to save $1.4 million, the costs are going to go up to $2.4 million because of the increase in the charge back from the TDSB, and then if the city pays for the operating subsidy of those 37.6% of parents, but if they do, which is likely that they would, likely that, I have it on authority that they would. However, it's still an if, I get that. But if they do, then the city's gonna be paying $900,000 back. So in order to save $500,000, the city's gonna lift this agreement, allow for a doubling of cost, and actually charge parents full fee-paying parents are gonna pay $1.4 million now that they weren't paying yesterday, and to save $500,000 for the first 6 months. Next year, that number would be $3 million that parents aren't paying today, which will save the city $1 million. Do you think that that's a really good return on investment for the savings that we get, given the cost?
No, and I would suggest to you, my background is in social work and child welfare, and I would suggest to you that as you drive those full fee paying parents out of centers by way of raising and increasing their costs, there's a social cost to what happens when those kids get placed in unlicensed childcare centers, when they get placed in unofficial babysitting arrangements with their neighbors, when they get placed in less monitored scenarios with less oversight. The movement towards placing children in licensed childcare and increasing the number of licensed childcare spaces is because we know, based on the evidence, that licensed childcare is better for kids. So if we believe, as a collective community, that licensed childcare is better for kids, we need to do everything we can not to disincentivize that system.
Thank you. I'm a little confused with all the numbers here, so I'm just going to maybe ask similar to what Councillor Layton was doing, but I'm just going to try to do it in a different way that makes a little more sense to me. So right now, we give a grant to the TDSB that pays for the rent for your daycare center, which works out to be the equivalent of, is it $6.15 or $6.50 an hour?
No. So right now, the city pays an operating grant to the TDSB that pays for the rent of some of our space. Not all of our space, some of our space, at a rate of $6.50 per square foot.
Okay, you say some of your space, so where does the rest of the rent come for the remainder of your space?
So our kindergarten programs operate in a different way. So the city doesn't cover those under the subsidization. They're covered in part by the province and in part by us.
Okay, so if the city decides to remove or not support or pay that grant, your suggestion, or Councilor Layton was suggest that TDSB would come back and charge you $11 per square foot?
That is
for
correct.
something that was, so they're actually, why wouldn't they be charging $6.50 plus the $4 to make it 11 now?
So it's my understanding that the $6.50 is an agreement that they've had with the city for well over 10 years, and that it's a grandfathered in rate that actually does not cover their costs. But because they, like everybody else, know that if they go to the city and say we're going to raise that rate to $11, they'd lose the agreement, they maintain at $6.50. So they are cross-subsidizing now, but are also suggesting that if the agreement is terminated, they cannot continue to cross-subsidize. My understanding from my discussion today was that our rate would instantly go up to $11 a square foot, which is what we pay for our other space.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Anyway, I want to thank all of the deputants who did come before us tonight. There was about 35 here that came today. I know not everybody's here. Just want to thank you. Your voice is incredibly important in this process, and I think that on behalf of the Budget Committee and the other councillors are here. Thank you for participating in the budget consultation at East York. Thank you. Oh, we got to do a quick motion. That the Budget Subcommittee for City Hall, Scarborough and East York Civic Center consultation received for information the public presentations and the communications submitted by the members of the public. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We are adjourned. Thank you.